Radio. I'm David Weston. For Bloomberg First Word News, we go now to Mark Crumpton.
David, thank you very much. As we have been reporting, Colin Powell, the first African-American to be U.S. Secretary of State and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is dead. Powell's family says he died today due to complications from COVID-19. His family adds that he was fully vaccinated and was being treated at Walter Reed National Medical Center. Powell was born in Harlem to Jamaican immigrants. Powell served.
The EU is a fantastic place to be able to, do business, given the size of the consumer market, the incredible universities, and of course the talent as well. And it really builds on the investments that we've been making over the years, whether it's the fair research development that we have for artificial intelligence in Paris, or the Reality Labs office that we have in Cork.
Facebook says target markets for hiring include Ireland, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Poland, and the Netherlands. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg. David?
Thank you so much, Mark. Welcome now the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. He's Republican Congressman Michael McCaul of Texas. So, Congressman, thank you for being with us. I know that you're at the Milken Festival talking about national security and supply lines. But before we get to that, I do want to give you an opportunity to respond to that news that broke this morning, surprised many of us, about Colin Powell, former Secretary of State, former Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, passing away. Do you have a sense of what he leaves behind him in terms of a legacy?
He was a very, his legacy would be very strong. First African-American to be chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I was with General Dunford, who had that position last night, and we were talking about this very issue. He broke a lot of glass ceilings, and he at the end of the day, he was principled and he had integrity, and he didn't really play the political game. He really stayed true to his beliefs, and I think actually coming out after his testimony before the United Nations on Iraq, I think that may have been one of his biggest regrets, but he came out very honestly in that assessment, and we just all had so much respect for the man.
He also had an approach called the Powell Doctrine to conducting war. Basically, as I understand, these are my words, not his. Pick a specific limited objective and make sure you have plenty of resources to go after that objective and accomplish it. Does that doctrine still apply? Are we still doing that as a country?
Well, you can look at Afghanistan after 20 years and perhaps not, right? So that was, I think the Powell Doctrine is the correct doctrine. It's why when he took back Kuwait, he advised President Bush 41 not to invade Iraq. And it was to use a maximum force at maximum speed and get the job done, and not occupy or nation build. And I think, we have a lot to learn from the Powell Doctrine. It's being taught in the military, War College, and that will be probably his greatest legacy.
Yeah, a towering figure. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. But let's go now to the Milken Institute events out there. Talk to us about the connection between the supply chain problems we're seeing right now and national security.
Well, it's everything. And now, I'm in Los Angeles. You have 60 cargo ships off the coast that can't even get into the ports. That's disrupting a lot of supply chain economically. But we're also looking at supply chain coming out of communist China. I think COVID woke up everyone's eyes to the fact that we're too reliant on the region for medical. When they hoarded the PPEs on rare earth minerals, they control about 85% of the world's rare earth minerals. But what I've been David, very involved in are the advanced semiconductor chips out of the region. Getting these manufacturers, incentivizing them to locate here in the United States or with our allies through tax incentives and grant programs, so we can build these fabrication plants that Samsung and Intel and IBM, Global Foundries can do it here. It not only would be good for our economy, but protects our national security. You saw that China launched this hypersonic, missile, and it orbited the Earth. Well, that software and those chips came, unfortunately, from TSMC, and the software came from the United States. So we got to be very careful moving forward to pull those supply chains out of the region where they can be better protected. It's in everything, in all of our advanced weapon systems have these chips. And also, you saw, I think the world was shocked by that hypersonic, weapon and the potential damage it can do, because, David, we do not have the capability to stop a missile like that in the United States.
Talk to us, Congressman, about bipartisanship here. Can we have bipartisan support? Do we have bipartisan support for addressing at least the supply chain issue when it comes to national security?
I really think this is a silver lining in what has been a very partisan time. I've been named the most bipartisan Republican in the House by Georgetown Lugar Institute. I think it's important to work across the aisle if you want to get things done. But this is an area where, David, I have to say, this bill, the Chips for America Act, and the endless frontiers that we're looking at, has really brought both sides of the aisle together. Whether it's Schumer has global foundries, to McCarthy has Silicon, Pelosi. I've got Austin, Texas in my district. And we even met with the president in the Oval Office, 8 of us, auto manufacturers and tech members like myself. And even the president was so thrilled to see both sides actually agreeing on something and trying to get something done for the country. And he is supportive as well. So I'm very optimistic about its passage. And it may be the crowning bipartisan achievement of this Congress.
So that is hopeful. That sounds really good. But where is it? We've been talking about the CHIPS Act for quite a while. Why isn't it law?
Well, it was authorized into law in the National Defense Authorization Bill. It's been funded by the Senate. It's now in the House. And we're looking at perhaps a conference committee or some sort of must-pass bill to put that vehicle on. It would be both the grant program, but also this refundable investment tax credit. Very important to the tech industry, the manufacturers of these chips, to have that refundable tax credit. And I predict we'll have this done, by the end of the year.
There's so many things that Congress needs to do by the end of the year. Is it on a separate track from the bipartisan infrastructure package and from the, you can call it reconciliation, you can call it budget, the other things that are pending? Because there are several things that are pending up there.
Well, I've seen this movie before. It's my ninth term. There are must-pass bills, the funding of the government, the omnibus bill we'll probably have at the end of the year. I think there will be some sort of reconciliation package. I'm not sure. The Democrats seem very divided, on this issue, and we'll see if they can get that done. But there are several vehicles, I think, where we can accomplish this very bipartisan issue, and that is protecting our national security and helping manufacturing in the United States.
If we're enacted into law tomorrow, when will we see the concrete results?
Well, the grant program would go into effect almost immediately. I was with Secretary Mnuchin last night talking about this very issue. This was something that, remember that we took TSMC out of Taiwan and put it in Arizona. So we've already taken some initial steps. These Intel, Samsung are already making huge investments in expanding their fabrication plants already, just based upon this legislation and the optimism that it will pass. So I think you're already seeing some things happening, but the tax credit would go into effect immediately. It takes a while to build these plants, and they're very capital intensive, which is why that refundable investment tax credit is so important. $52 billion grant program from the Department of Commerce. It's already been appropriated in the Senate. It's over in the House right now. That would go into immediate effect upon passage as well.
Is the main lacking right now capital? Is that the problem? Because it is, as you say, a long-term investment. It takes a lot of capital being committed. Is that the main problem? Do we have problems, for example, with skilled workforces? Do we have problems with the technology? Are we okay on that?
Well, that's what we're trying to do is create more of that in the United States. But, you have to incentivize them to do business in the United States. And if we overtax and overregulate, the reason why we have a problem is we've offshored so much manufacturing where they have cheaper labor and, quite frankly, a friendlier tax code. And I hope we don't see an increase of the corporate tax rate to be one of the highest in the world because, in the boardroom, the bottom line is, to your shareholders, you got to make money. And, we've seen a lot of offshoring, particularly in the, Asian markets and in China. I think investors are understanding that investment in communist China today is not long-term a wise one because it's a 51-49 joint venture, and eventually they're going to steal your intellectual property from you. And so we have to incentivize, and that's what the Chips for America Act does.
Okay, Congressman, thank you so very much for being with us. It's Congressman Michael McCaul, Republican of Texas. We're going to have more with the Congressman coming up in the next hour on Bloomberg Radio, including that hypersonic missile that he referred to, as well as NATO. Coming up, concerns about steel prices are hitting the U.S. steel stock. Our stock of the hour next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
People are talking about Bloomberg surveillance.
There's some guy out on Twitter who says, I look like I'm on.
I noticed that.
Do you think I need a lift? Is it time
what
that
did he say about me? What did that particular gentleman say about... Let's have a look. One of them is near 101 years of age.
Which one would that be?
The other has an ego in the orbit of Mars. Who's that?
I had no idea.
Mrs. Lisa, the only chance to productive conversation. It's a fairly accurate summary of this show, isn't it, Tom?
The eyes, or should I do the whole thing?
Every Friday with 30 minutes dedicated to fixed income, I'm Jonathan Ferro. This is Bloomberg Real Yield.
Our Prime Minister says we are basically having to move in the direction where we respect the virus, but we don't fear it, and we have to evolve our practices in a manner that allows us to learn to live with COVID.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. U.S. Steel got a downgrade from Morgan Stanley today, taking down the stock on concerns over steel prices. Our stocks editor, Dave Wilson, is here with the story. So steel back in the news.
Absolutely. And Morgan Stanley's concern goes beyond U.S. Steel, but that particular company kind of took the brunt of the call because they moved to their equivalent of a sell rating from a buy. And you're really seeing a split now on that particular company among analysts. And what results from that is one of the lowest sort of consensus ratings based on what we put together from those individual calls here at Bloomberg for any company in the Russell 1000 index. So they're in the bottom 5% now, and we've seen the shares kind of pull back the past few months. And so now Morgan Stanley is part of that. Goldman Sachs had actually come out and cut its rating to sell on U.S. Steel this month. But the issue is really just the run-up that we've seen in steel prices and whether that's sustainable. Morgan Stanley isn't so sure. And, there are certain grades of steel that really count. When you look at hot rolled steel, I mean, that's a big piece of U.S. Steel's business. When you figure in, also cold rolled steel, put it all together, you're talking about 73% of the company's revenue, steel used for autos and appliances and ships and construction. And we have seen the industry, given that prices have been rising, push to add capacity. U.S. Steel last month announcing a $3 billion mill, and just a couple of days after that, Nucor with a $2.7 billion mill plan. So, it's definitely sort of a back and forth here, and you can see why Morgan Stanley is concerned.
Yeah, and by the way, President Trump encouraged the steel industry more than I've heard out of President Biden. There's been a change in the White House as well.
That's true. Yeah, but then again, the market's taken care of these companies, and so now they're responding to that. Yeah. And, as far as the call goes, Morgan Stanley cut ratings on Steel Dynamics. They cut price targets on a few other stocks. So, put it all together. I mean, they're concerned about what this industry looks like going forward.
As you say, it's not just U.S. Steel. Thank you so much to Dave Wilson. Coming up, China disappointed with its growth numbers today. We talk with Anna Ashton of the U.S.-China Business Council. That's coming up on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Do you consider yourself a filmmaker, a historian, an educator?
Well, the biggest thing is that I'm a filmmaker, and that means I tell stories, and the way a painter might choose to work in oil as opposed to watercolors, I choose to work in history.
The growth story in cannabis remains very strong, even after the sort of loosening of the pandemic. There was a worry that there might be wallet spend competition, but so far the cannabis sector seems to be holding up very strong.
This is a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. For Bloomberg First Word News, we go now to Mark Crumpton.
David, thank you. The death of former U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell following a breakthrough COVID-19 infection is shining a high-profile spotlight on what has been a rare phenomenon. Powell died at age 84 from COVID-19 complications today, despite being fully vaccinated. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, data show that of the more than 187 million people who had been fully vaccinated in the United States as of October 12th, about 7,100 or 0.004% died from a breakthrough infection. New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern has extended a lockdown in Auckland for at least another 2 weeks. The city will remain at alert level 3, meaning people can't leave the city and should stay at home if possible. Ardern says a vaccination target will be introduced on Friday to give people an indication on when restrictions could be eased. As the United States continues to battle the coronavirus pandemic, the flu is also gearing up to cause problems. According to data collected by Walgreens Boots Alliance, cases of the flu are up 23% across the U.S. compared with a year ago. Parts of Nevada and Texas top the list for the most cases. Health officials say the increase may be due to people spending more time together and a loosening of social distancing measures and mask wearing after vaccination. Key legislation to fight climate change may not get the final swing vote it needs to survive. West Virginia Democratic Senator Joe Manchin has told the White House and congressional leaders that he won't support including a key clean power provision in the Democrat spending package. The program would pay utilities for using clean energy and penalize those that don't. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg. David?
Thank you very much, Mark. China's economy grew at a 4.9% rate in the third quarter. That's less than anticipated and substantially below the second quarter rate. To explain what this may mean for U.S. companies doing business in China, we welcome back now Anna Ashton. She is Vice President for Governmental Affairs at U.S. China Business Council. Anna, thanks for being back with us. We knew that it was slowing down some. Is this basically within the range, or did this get your attention?
I think this is getting everyone's attention, David. I mean, there's a lot going on in the Chinese economy right now that's a little bit worrisome. And I think that the industrial growth numbers, are a particular area of interest for U.S. companies with operations in China because their operations are being affected by the energy shortages that I think are a big driver of those lower numbers, just as Chinese companies' operations are being affected.
What are they going to do about the energy shortages? Go to that specifically, because we've got those in Europe. We've got them coming up around the world. What is China going to do? Do they have it within their power to really address that issue effectively?
Well, it remains to be seen exactly how this is all going to shake out. But basically, coal prices have been surging in China because of a surge in demand, partly because of the economic recovery from COVID-19. And most of China's coal comes from China. But the government controls electricity prices in China, or did until very, very recently. And it wasn't possible to adjust prices in order to account for shortages of supply in those cases. So that meant that power plants didn't really, it wasn't profitable for them to continue churning out power. And that has meant that a lot of companies haven't had the power they need to maintain their operations at a normal rate. We've been hearing many accounts of 50% power cuts and even 75 to 85% power cuts. So that's pretty significant. The fact that they've now adjusted or allowed for adjustments to prices with shortages may be a good sign, and it may help to right the situation, but it's not certain yet.
And another issue that may be very closely related to some of the power issues is supply chains. Is China experiencing some of the supply chain challenges we are in the United States? They are in Europe, goodness knows.
Everyone in the world is experiencing supply chain challenges, and this is just an incredibly complex issue. And I'm not a supply chain expert, but I can tell you that it is increasing commodity prices for China. And there's also, the strain that there aren't enough containers in the right places. There are too many containers in the wrong places. It's very expensive to ship in containers right now. So all of this is having spillover effects for China, just as it's having spillover effects for everyone else.
Now, the things we've been talking about so far, you could easily say they're outside the government's power to affect. But there are some things that are within the government's power. Talk about the real estate market, because it appears that President Xi is really trying to slow that down in the wake of the Evergrande and other real challenges they have there. And also, by the way, some of his move toward more equal income.
Right. So the crackdown on the property market situation continues. Real estate accounts for an enormous percentage of China's GDP, as much as 25 to 30%. And a lot of the big players are extremely over-leveraged. And so far, the government hasn't loosened borrowing so that these players can borrow the funds they need to make payments on time to lenders. And that has meant that we're seeing some some missed payments and defaults. And that is bad because a lot of these companies are also invested in a lot of other sectors. So, I mean, it's bad in the first place because it's such an enormous part of China's annual GDP growth. And then in the second place, because it has obvious spillover potential. And I think we're going to see pain continue there because the crackdown is part of this common prosperity doctrine that Xi Jinping is pursuing, which is an effort to ensure that the benefits that are accruing to China as a result of its economic development, this breakneck pace economic development over the past few decades, are actually being distributed more fairly. And he certainly thinks that too much wealth is being accumulated in some sectors by some people. And he thinks that he seems to think that the property sector is a big problem. So I expect that we're going to continue to see some pain there. However, it's not Xi Jinping has tried to roll out really tough regulatory reform policies before. And then when the pain got too intense, walked them back a bit. So we could see him walk this back a bit too.
And Anna, just to that very point, if in fact some of the regulatory crackdown, if we can call it that, but the common prosperity might slow down growth, if President Xi is faced with a choice between growth on the one hand and a more equitable distribution of the resources on the other, as he approaches wanting to be re-upped on his contract about a year from now, which is he going to pick?
That is a tough question. I think it depends on how badly this affects growth and who it's hurting. I think it matters that the majority of the Chinese population be in favor of him continuing into a third term. And if they feel that they are benefiting from this sort of reallocation, essentially, of wealth, then it may be okay to continue to crack down hard. But given how many creditors could be hurt by big property sector defaults, there's also a worry that this could result in other borrowers having a hard time and perhaps sectors of the economy that he wants to see thrive more instead of sort of reining them in could also be affected by that difficulty in borrowing. On top of that, hundreds of millions of Chinese property owners are about to see their property values plummet if this continues. So that could also be incredibly unpopular.
Well, I wonder if that is the other very big shoe that could drop, because thus far as I understand it, property values have not really been allowed to be affected. But if they were, that could have a massive effect.
It really could. I mean, it could slow down Chinese consumption, too. And that could not only have a massive effect in China, it could have a massive effect globally.
It's fascinating. But do we have any indication of what might cause them to allow property values to come down?
None that I'm aware of, but perhaps somebody out there can read the tea leaves on that one.
Fair enough. Okay. Anna, thank you so much. We always love having you with us. That's Anna Ashton of the U.S.-China Business Council. Coming up, we take a look at the Virginia governor's race with Kyle Kondik of Sabato's Crystal Ball. And a programming note now, Bloomberg will have an interview with the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. That will be airing at 6 p.m. Eastern tonight, but we'll probably be airing some more of it tomorrow on Balance of Power. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Such an interesting new world.
The world is changing.
For us, it's not about being first, it's about being the best.
While everyone is zigging, we're zagging.
We feel like we can maybe help people out more.
We have an enormous number of big ideas.
There's always a balance between the free speech and being responsible and taking down content that we think could lead to some kind of real world harm.
Extremely thankful. They don't know what to say. Again, they can't even fathom that they're out of Afghanistan. They're still in a state of shock and can't believe it.
built through this process is essentially a mechanism for getting oppressed women and girls out of Afghanistan. So we're actually going to circle up and see what resources we have left, to see what options we have left, what mechanisms we have left, and actually look at potentially trying to get more women and girls out of the country as well.
We've been through a lot, us as a team. I know sleepless nights, but you know what? There's nothing more satisfying than knowing that you've saved many lives, and will continue to support these girls on their missions.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. We're just over 2 weeks away from the Virginia gubernatorial election, where former Carlyle executive Glenn Youngkin is giving former Governor Terry McAuliffe a run for his money. For the latest on the race, we welcome now Kyle Kondik, managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball. Well, Kyle, you've got a great note on this very subject right now. Take us through where you think that race is in Virginia.
Look, I mean, I think it's pretty close and competitive. I mean, I think I'd still rather be the Democrat in this race, Terry McAuliffe, as opposed to the Republican Glenn Youngkin, if only because Virginia has definitely become more of a blue or at least bluish state in recent years. But, you know, if you look at the polling in general, you've shown the average there, but the polling has generally shown McAuliffe up, but only by, a small amount. I think that's how the campaigns view this race as well.
Yeah, for our radio audiences, what we're seeing is Terry McAuliffe at 49.5%, Glenn Youngkin at 47.3%. So pretty close to the margin of error, I suspect. Kyle, do you believe the polls? How are the polls in Virginia? Are they high quality, not so high quality?
Look, I don't think there's any, quality, I don't think it's much different than any other state. I think some people expect the polls to be perfect. I think that's probably unfair. One thing that was interesting is that in 2013, when Terry McAuliffe won this race last time, the polls overstated the likelihood that he would win. His lead was about 6 or 7 points in the polls. He ended up winning by 2.5. 4 years later, when Ralph Northam, the current governor, won his race, a Democrat, he was only up about 3 points in poll averages. He ended up winning by 9. So you have 2 straight elections where the polls were off, but they were off in different directions. One thing that's good for Youngkin is that the environment, just like in 2013 when McAuliffe, the Democrat, won, but it was a tough race for him. The environment is, I think, good for Republicans right now. Joe Biden's popularity is underwater, and even in a state like Virginia, Biden's popularity is probably roughly 50-50. Or maybe even a little bit worse than that, depending on the poll you look at. So it's a bad situation, I think, to be a Democrat. McAuliffe basically acknowledged this recently when he said that, he sort of acknowledged that Biden was not that popular in Virginia anymore. And so, look, there's a long history in this race, too, of the president's party struggling in this Virginia gubernatorial race. It's the only governor's race in the country where an incumbent can't run directly for re-election. So even though McAuliffe has held this seat before, he couldn't run for re-election himself in 2017. He's running for his second term now. But there's never an incumbent in this race, and so you don't have whatever benefit of incumbency won't be present in this race. And McAuliffe is also the only presidential party candidate to win this race. Every other time, the non-presidential party candidate won, going back to the 70s. So there are some problems, I think, for the presidential party candidate here. Namely, that's McAuliffe.
Kyle, I think this is the point in the conversation where we talk about voter turnout and how important voter turnout is. We've seen various accounts in the press, at least, that Democrats are pretty worried right now because particularly the early voting is way down. What is the situation with voter turnout? Is there a lack of enthusiasm on the Democrats' part?
I think this is still something we're looking at. One thing about early voting in Virginia is that about 60% of the votes were cast early in 2020, either cast early in person or vote by mail. But prior to 2020, Virginia didn't have much earlier absentee voting at all. There isn't a strong tradition of that in Virginia. The legislature, basically right before COVID, loosened some of the rules for that to vote early in person. They removed you don't no longer have to have an excuse to vote earlier in person. So the fact that early voting as a share of the electorate is down from 2020, I don't know what to make of that because it might just be a lot of voters, switching from voting early as a one-time thing in 2020 back to their traditional, voting on election day. Again, unlike states like Florida and California, for instance, Virginia doesn't have this long tradition of voting by mail or voting early. But we also have seen that McAuliffe is bringing in a lot of heavy hitter Democratic politicians. Stacey Abrams, the former Georgia gubernatorial candidate, was in Virginia over the weekend. Barack Obama is coming on Saturday. And I think that, those visits are targeted primarily at black turnout. Black turnout is really important in Virginia. If the black electorate's a little bit smaller, that has could have a direct impact on who ends up winning because black voters in Virginia and really everywhere still vote overwhelmingly for Democratic candidates.
Kyle, last one here. The last statewide election we had was the recall of Gavin Newsom. And a lot of people thought that he won that in large by running against Donald Trump because one of the people who was the most likely to replace him was very Trump-like. Can they paint Glenn Youngkin as a Trump-like candidate?
Certainly, the McAuliffe campaign is trying to do that to Glenn Youngkin. And, Youngkin has he's embraced Trump in some ways, and he's kept his distance from Trump in some ways. There was a rally last week that Steve Bannon, one of the former president's former advisors, did in Virginia last week that Youngkin himself did not attend, but Donald Trump called into this rally and said nice things about Youngkin. And of course, the McAuliffe campaign is trying to emphasize some of those things that Trump said. So, Youngkin needs to keep the Trump base engaged while also presenting kind of a more moderate face to the suburban swing voters in the state that have really moved against Republicans in recent years. I mean, frankly, I think Youngkin's doing a decent job of it, but every time Trump inserts himself into the race, that's something that McAuliffe is going to promote.
So, Kyle, last quick one here. Is it all going to be a handful of counties up in the north?
Look, I mean, again, I think this is a close race. I think places to watch are, a Virginia Beach, Richmond area, and some of the suburbs and exurbs in Northern Virginia. Education's a big issue that Youngkin has focused on. We'll see if that is actually moving voters or not.
Yeah, that old woke issue, as I recall. Thank you so much, Kyle. Always great to have you with us. It's Kyle Kondik of the University of Virginia Center for Politics. Coming up, we hear from Bob Prince, Co-Chief Investment Officer of Bridgewater Associates. And a programming note, Bloomberg will have an exclusive interview with British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. That will be airing at 6 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. This is Balance of Power, and we are on Bloomberg Television and on Bloomberg Radio.
So the 1972 Madison Square Garden eyelet jumpsuit, which is arguably, from what we're finding out, probably one of the most important jumpsuits of Elvis's entire career. So it marked so many milestones really for him. It was used for an album cover. It was used when he performed Madison Square Garden, and he was the first performer to ever sell out 4 nights straight in Madison Square Garden. So he really started that whole thing that we see now in pop culture, where when you make it big, you do Madison Square Garden. So we're super honored to have it. I can honestly say that COVID has been unbelievable for internet-based and e-commerce businesses, because we have a captive audience. We have people home that really want something to do and need entertainment, so we do our best to try to give it to them.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. Bob Prince, co-CIO of Bridgestone Associates, joined us on Wall Street Week on Friday, and we talked about the disconnect right now between demand and supply in money, in goods, and in labor, and what it would take to bring them back into equilibrium.
The thing that brings that back into equilibrium is the tightening of monetary policy. We no longer have the ability to cut interest rates. We got plenty of ability to raise interest rates. And so, we're getting closer and closer to that day. And then the question is, how much of an interest rate increase and when? It'll be sooner than what's discounted, probably a lot bigger. If you look back historically at how much of an interest rate increase it takes to slow down an economy, it's like 300, 400 basis points. Wow. And that's in normal times when, and we have abnormal times because so much wealth has been created. It's nominal wealth. It may not be real wealth, but so much wealth and so much money is sitting in bank accounts that there's a lot of potential spending out there just sitting in bank accounts and sitting in assets.
Well, take me into that world. As you say, nominal wealth has been created. I mean, asset values have been increased without a doubt. When in a world where you go up 300, 400 basis points, you take some of that value out of those assets. For an investor, where do you go to make sure that you don't get burned by that? Do you go offshore? Do you go to Asia? Do you go to China? Where do you go?
Well, I think you want to inflation hedge assets because it's very likely that the rise in interest rates will lag inflation and lag the economy. The Fed doesn't really want to get ahead of it. Someday they might have to, but the first move up in interest rates is a rise in inflation as interest rates are dragged higher by the economy, and that doesn't shut things down. It just sort of resets the levels of everything. So first of all, inflation assets. And second, all of the things we're describing about the United States and Europe, they're not true for Asia. And we tend to have a very West-centric view of investing, and yet the economic output of what I refer to as an Asia bloc, which is China plus a number of countries that trade very closely together, the contribution of that area to global growth is 2.5 times the contribution of the U.S. and Europe in terms of growth rates. If you look at the sizes of the cash flows, the size of credit outstanding, it's equal. And so I like to think in terms of balancing a portfolio between East and West. And, of course, nobody's really even close to that.
I'm going to ask a really hard question, but we only have a short time to answer it. Are we looking at a Volcker moment?
No, because you have to have a Paul Volcker to get a Volcker moment. Paul Volcker was a rare person and a great person. But no, that was what was it? 20 years of inflation accumulation, serious pressure on the dollar, serious question of the dollar as a reserve currency, and he stepped in to change the tide. We're at the beginning of a potential problem. And so we've got probably a few central bank heads before we get to that.
That was part of my interview with Bridgewater Associates co-CIO Bob Prince. That happened on Wall Street Week on Friday. Coming up, Balance of Power continues on Bloomberg Radio. In our second hour, we'll have more with Congressman Michael McCaul about the latest coming out of China, including that hypervelocity missile. And we close today with a few thoughts about and from Colin Powell. As we know, he passed away from complications from COVID as he was battling cancer. He was a soldier's soldier and a diplomat's diplomat, always serving the country, including serving presidents all the way from Richard Nixon to George W. Bush. But he also was a leader of men and of women, and he talked to our David Rubenstein back in 2017 about what that leadership meant.
I've always taken on every job I've had. What am I trying to do? What's the purpose? What's the vision? What's the purpose? Why are we here? What are we doing? And then get that down to the lowest person in the organization. And then make sure they have whatever they need, whether it's diplomatic weapons or real weapons of war. And make sure that I took care of them and gave them every opportunity to be successful. So that's what leadership is all about.
The late Colin Powell.
At the low point of the Greek economic debacle, what were you thinking about to make Greece recover as it has?
Well, Tom, we took over in July 2019 with a very clear mandate to make the economy grow again. We were hit by the pandemic, but we still managed to implement very significant reforms. And I think we used the fiscal room that was available to us to support the real economy. We're very encouraged by the recent data. The economy grew 16.2% in the second quarter of this year. We revised our forecasts upward to 5.9%, and this may be a pessimistic forecast for 2021. We see lots of interest for foreign direct investment by American companies, European companies. We're making big progress in digitizing the state. We have a very ambitious green transition plan. And overall, I think the mood in the country after 10 years of crisis has significantly changed.
From New York City.
We're in London, in Sydney, in San Francisco.
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak with Lee.
Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to Daybreak Australia. This is Bloomberg Technology. And this is Bloomberg Green.
To recap the headlines.
You do not want to miss this story.
Really good news on the jobless claims front.
How are you thinking about those dynamics?
I'm Mark Crumpton with Bloomberg's First Word News. As we've been reporting, Colin Powell, the first African American to be U.S. Secretary of State and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is dead. General Powell's family says he died today due to complications from COVID-19. They also say that he was fully vaccinated and was being treated at Walter Reed National Medical Center. Powell was born in Harlem to Jamaican immigrants. Powell served in public office for 4 decades. He was 84 years old. The European Union has sent more than 1 billion COVID-19 vaccine doses to more than 150 countries over the past 10 months. The EU and the U.S. are also joining forces to deliver more doses to low and middle-income countries and will rally a group of 20 leaders around the effort later this month. The EU committed to donating at least 500 million doses to vulnerable countries in coming months. China is seeing a new cluster of COVID cases in its northwestern provinces. 8 new infections have been detected since Sunday, but officials say more than 1,500 other people have been identified as close contacts. The resurgence has been traced to 2 retired university lecturers from Shanghai. Officials are planning to ramp up testing in the affected provinces. A property slump and an energy crisis have delivered a big blow to China's GDP growth. The country says gross domestic product expanded 4.9% from a year earlier, down from 7.9% in the previous quarter. And there are signs there will be more pain to come as the country heads into winter and property curbs remain. Beijing has signaled it's not rushing to stimulate the economy, suggesting growth may continue to slow. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg.
It is 1 p.m. in New York, 7 p.m. in Berlin, 1 a.m. in Hong Kong. I'm Matt Miller. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. Here are the top stories we're following for you from around the world. We'll bring you updates throughout the hour from Apple's Unleashed event, where the iPhone maker is expected to reveal its long-awaited redesign of the MacBook Pro that uses its own in-house chips. Plus, we'll go live to the health conference underway in Boston and speak to the co-CEO of GoodRx about lowering the cost of prescription drugs. And we'll talk to the CEO of Bakkt, a crypto firm that's going public on the New York Stock Exchange today, about the launch of the first U.S. Bitcoin futures ETF and what this means for institutional adoption of crypto with the price of Bitcoin on the rise. Let's take a quick check of what's going on in markets right now. We have a little bit of volatility going on in stocks. You can see the S&P 500 is now up. It had been down earlier. You can also see that the U.S. 10-year yield is up. And this is true of yields really around the globe, especially, though, at the shorter end of the curve. If you look at your GMM screen, for example, you'll see the sovereign bonds column packed with black boxes, which means that those assets have moved more than 3 standard deviations away from the 30-day norm, and they're all 2 years across the globe. You can see crude oil coming down. It was up this morning. In fact, Brent was up over $86 a barrel. It's now trading down around $84.30. NYMEX crude at $82.13, and Bitcoin trading just under 62,000 at 61,904. I want to get to something that caught my eye today, and that is the flattening Treasury curve. The gap between 5 and 30s shrunk to as little as 84.5 basis points. So it's not just movement at the lower end, it's more movement at the lower end. The low today put the spread at its least since April 2020, when a time when the pandemic brought the global economy to a near shutdown. Playing into this equation is growing expectation that the Fed will have to lift policy rates as soon as next year. BlackRock's chief fixed income strategist Scott Teal, though, says the bond market is getting it wrong on the path of rate hikes.
We're calling for yields to continue to rise here in treasuries, but believe that the Fed rate path, the hiking path, will be relatively shallow, all things considered. The market is trying to figure out whether policymakers will lean against the inflation that we're seeing. Our view is that currently there is too much rate hikes priced in for 2022.
All right, so it felt, at least this morning to me, like a real sea change in terms of yields, in terms of the curve. And if the market is getting it wrong, you think as well, maybe you've got an edge in this environment. Let's turn, though, to an event getting underway right now, and that is Apple's Unleashed conference is kicking off. The company is expected to update its high-end MacBook Pro laptops with their first redesign in 5 years. It's also going to use their own in-house Apple-designed chips. Let's discuss with Julie Ask, Forrester Research Principal Analyst and our own Bloomberg opinion columnist, Tay Kim as well. Julie, let's start with you first. What kind of difference is it going to make with Apple using their own chips? I thought it was really interesting this morning. The CEO of Philips, with his earnings release, said their problems really boil down to chips and ships. Does the fact that these are designed in-house make any difference in terms of the supply chain?
So I'm not sure that it makes any difference in terms of the supply chain, but it certainly makes a difference in terms of performance. And when you look at folks and, Apple's rounding out its product portfolio ahead of the holiday season, and you look at some of the, you look at the reasons that people are upgrading their laptops, it's for performance. My old laptop is older. And certainly when you put this kind of performance in place, it appeals to gamers and others that I would call early adopters and those willing to spend money.
Tay, what do you expect Apple to release, and how important is that, the first redesign in 5 years?
I think it is actually a big deal, especially for creative professionals. Apple has revamped the low end of their product line about a year ago with the Mac Mini and iMac, but this is the first time they're going to revamp their high-end laptops for the MacBook Pros, a 14-inch model and a 16-inch model. And creative professionals have been starving to get the Apple Silicon, the new chips that Apple designed in-house that are much better than Intel's. So, for the high-end professional user, this is a huge event.
How big is that market? I mean, Julie, I'm not a creative professional in the sense that I don't use my computer for graphic design. I am a gamer, but, I'm a much more normal Xbox, PlayStation kind of gamer. I'm fine with the MacBook Pro that I bought like 5 or 6 years ago. It's good enough. How big is the market of people for whom it's not?
That's fun. It's because you're not 13 years old. No, I think if you look at, we talked about, there's creators and there's also consumers. I think there's a few things to look at. I mean, first, like the consumer outlook is still strong. When we look at consumers and their outlook on spending, we still have more than half of consumers that plan to keep spend at current levels or increase spending. And we look at the categories that they're spending on, it's still very strong for enhancing my life at home because most of us still expect to be at home for a while. So whether you're looking at work, it's school, it's education, it's gaming, there is strong demand. In the past 6 months, also our data shows that 19% of those who have bought a computer have bought Apple. And then when we look at the enterprise side and look at more like maybe what the creators within enterprises may be doing, we're expecting to see about 1% growth in 2022.
I'm starting to see headlines come across from the event right now. A lot are Siri focused, which to me makes it immediately not that important because I've never had Siri work very well. Apple announcing deeper Siri integration for Apple Music, announcing a Siri-only Apple Music subscription that would be $4.99. That's cheaper. They're talking about new HomePods as well in different colors. I don't think that product has been huge for them. Tay, what should we make of these headlines? I mean, what does Siri have to do with my Apple Music?
When they start off these product events, they do the low-hanging fruit first, the stuff that's not that important. Expect them to talk about the MacBook Pros later on. These things usually take 60 to 90 minutes. So I wouldn't, like you said, I wouldn't read too much into the Siri headlines. It's very kind of incremental.
Tell me this, what is a touch bar?
So the touch bar is, 5 years ago, they put a virtual touch bar and took out the physical function keys on top of the MacBook Pros. And according to my colleague Gurman's reporting, they're going to take that touch bar away and replace it with MacBook Pros a few years ago, and it never really took off. And they're putting back the physical keys, the physical function keys that we're all used to.
I'm old enough to remember when Apple was the first phone maker to take away almost all physical keys. Nobody thought it would work, and obviously now everyone does it that way. I guess sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. What are the kind of new innovations that people really want to see from Apple, Julie? Or am I wrong to ask it that way? I know Steve Jobs famously said that Apple was going to tell the people or show the people themselves what they need.
Yeah, so I think that's still accurate. I think, if you were to go out and ask consumers what they want their next set of Bluetooth headsets to do, or their next computer to do, or their next phone to be, you're going to get a lot of, well, I don't know, what I have is really pretty good, but, brighter's better, more pixels are better cameras better. So I think, all of the things that are around power and brightness and image are always going to wow consumers. When you get back to that categories that we talked about with creators, especially with gamers, speed is always going to be really important to them. But I think we're also looking ahead to a future where a lot of the innovation is driven by, machine learning and AI. And there's just a lot of 1,000 subtle things that these laptops are going to do that make the experience better that a consumer can't pinpoint or put their finger on. Consumers aren't going to say, well, I'd like spell check to be a little bit better, or I'd like this icon to be a little bit brighter. Consumers aren't going to say those things. And so, like I said, that's you go back. I think Steve Jobs is right. Apple and other companies in their category are going to lead consumers forward. And, it's all about, making consumers say, wow, I have to have that.
Julie, thanks so much for joining us. Julie Ask of Forrester Research and Take-Him of Bloomberg Opinion talking to us about Apple. We'll continue to cover this event for you, obviously, as these headlines continue to come across the Bloomberg terminal. We will bring you all of the breaking news. Coming up, we're going to go live to the health conference in Boston to speak to the co-CEO and co-founder of GoodRx, Doug Hirsch, on how his company is trying to lower drug prices. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Natanggap ko po ang inyong nominasyon sa akin bilang kandidato sa pagkapangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas. I am a fighter, and I will always be a fighter inside and outside the ring.
People are talking about Bloomberg surveillance.
There's some guy out on Twitter who says, I look like I'm on.
I noticed that.
Do you think I need a lift? Is it time
What
that
did
I...
he say about me? What did that particular gentleman say about... Let's have a look. One of them is near 101 years of age.
Which one would that be?
The other has an ego in the orbit of Mars. Who's that?
I had no idea.
Mrs. Lisa, the only chance to productive conversation. It's a fairly accurate summary of this show, isn't it, Tom?
The eyes, or should I do the whole thing?
Dealing with the public health crisis, we have a lot of factors to take into account. It could not be just a single factor of a financial center. But coming back to financial center, I think Bloomberg knows better than everybody that we are doing very well.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Matt Miller. The Health 2021 conference brings together senior leaders to solve healthcare's most pressing problems, especially the drug pricing issues that we all know, sadly, too well. Joining us now is GoodRx co-CEO and co-founder Doug Hirsch from the conference in Boston. Doug, thanks very much for joining us. One of the big catalysts for so many industries over the last couple of years has been the pandemic. And I'm wondering, although, it was obviously a health problem, it doesn't necessarily affect drug pricing so much that I can see off the top. But has COVID changed the way your business works?
It really has, Matt, and thanks for having me. For a lot of people, they simply just couldn't get to the doctor. I believe in the U.S. there were over 1 billion undiagnosed conditions where consumers simply couldn't get to the doctor, and I think that really turbocharged telehealth. And also, for many Americans, they simply couldn't get to the pharmacy, and so they were looking for alternatives, whether they be, mail order, which actually didn't rise much, but at least people were open to it for certain medications, and of course, really mostly trying to improve access to doctors. And so, GoodRx has a telemedicine service that really blew up over the course of the pandemic. And we're proud to continue to roll that out and continue to treat more conditions, as the pandemic recedes, actually.
I could see how televisits would lower costs substantially for everybody in the industry. But in terms of the price of the actual pills that I need to get at the end of the day, it doesn't seem like it would make a dent in it. Mail order makes more sense to me in terms of lowering pricing. What do you see on the cusp of changing prices for drugs?
Yeah, I don't think the pandemic actually impacted the cost of drugs very much, although it did impact people's insurance coverage and people's ability to afford prescriptions and afford medical care. And so if you lost your job, for example, like millions of Americans did, you suddenly were paying the full price of drugs, which, as you know, is an incredibly high number. I mean, it can be hundreds of dollars for something that should cost $5. And so I think, where GoodRx really exploded over the course of the pandemic, and really since our establishment 10 years ago, is as people had some sort of coverage change, or honestly, their insurance just pulled back on them, and they were left holding the bag for incredibly expensive both drugs and now healthcare too, where we can help out. And so that's really where we play, is in either a disruption or a consumer who has insurance. 3/4 of people that use GoodRx actually have insurance, and yet are finding these huge gaps in care and just simply need help. So that's really what we do.
What kind of growth have you seen during the pandemic? I mean, you've made some acquisitions, Hey Doctor for one, that really get you into the faster growing side of the business, right?
Sure. I mean, in Q2, we had record profit, record revenue, and record users. Over 20 million people a month now use GoodRx. We have an cumulative $30 billion in savings, and we're really seeing growth in all segments. I mean, we're especially having growth in our brand savings opportunities, where 19 of the top 20 drug manufacturers now partner with GoodRx to educate consumers. And also, again, we just launched GoodRx Health, which is an educational resource with tons of information written by America's best doctors and pharmacists. So we're really trying to get into helping consumers throughout the healthcare journey. So we're really just pushing on all cylinders, because Americans have never needed help more than now. And as the COVID pandemic recedes, we're stuck with the other, huge problem in this country, which is just unaffordable, unattainable care for people. And I'm so excited to continue to go after that.
Are people continuing to use telehealth? Are people continuing to, zoom in to doctors, so to speak, even as we see lockdowns lifted?
I think telehealth kind of exploded over the course of the pandemic. So like for primary care, that was the only option for many months for most Americans. I think what we're seeing now is some receding of the telehealth momentum, where consumers are going back to physical doctors. They do like seeing doctors in person. I think for certain conditions, we've seen a permanent change. Example, mental health care, right? Where I can see a therapist over Zoom. I think that's a perfectly good experience. I think some care management stuff, you're seeing a lot of more permanent moves to telehealth. But I also think consumers really enjoy the in-person doctor experience when they can get to that doctor. And the average wait in America is 29 days to see a primary care physician. And so we think that telehealth will have a larger role, certainly than pre-pandemic, but I do think that wave to some extent is receding. People do like to see providers and have a consistent relationship with their provider in person when possible. So some change, but not all change.
Doug, let me finally ask you about pricing. From here in Germany, we never pay very much for the actual drugs that we get. I think the state makes sure of that, and the same is true across Europe. I sometimes feel like Americans are subsidizing pills for the rest of the world, paying such exorbitant prices. How could that possibly ever change?
We're going to need wholesale change to actually fix the pricing mess that is this country, right? I mean, I've got in my bag right now a drug that's $5,000 that probably costs maybe $5 in Germany, right? We just have this system that is inherently broken. And the problem is that the people that pay the price are literally the end consumers, who then choose in this country to simply not pick up the drug. And of course, when they don't pick up the drug, they end up in the emergency room, et cetera, and the downstream costs are so great. And so, look, we've got a whole host of changes. I think consumers need to change their behavior and do more homework. I think we have legislative changes that need to happen. And, I think industry as well needs to be more upcoming with more information so consumers can make those choices. And so, look, we're going to be there to connect all those constituents to ultimately just find the best prices and convenience for consumers so they can afford the health care they deserve.
All right, Doug, thanks very much for joining us. Doug Hirsch there is the co-founder and co-CEO at GoodRx, joining us from the Health 2021 conference out of Boston. Still ahead, 3 Swedish industrial giants are coming together to solve the problem of steel making and global carbon emissions. It's a process that hasn't changed for like a century. We'll talk about what's new next. This is Bloomberg.
Do you consider yourself a filmmaker, a historian, an educator?
Well, the biggest thing is that I'm a filmmaker, and that means I tell stories. And the way a painter might choose to work in oil as opposed to watercolors, I choose to work in history.
How did you make the decision to move to the Bahamas of all the options out there?
We've been looking at the Bahamas for a while. They're one of the first countries to roll out any comprehensive regulation for cryptocurrencies, which we think is extremely important for the space and a really positive sign.
BSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsor, Bank of America.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Matt Miller. The world's steel makers need a makeover when it comes to carbon emissions. And now 3 Swedish industrial giants are coming together to produce the world's first fossil-free steel. Bloomberg News went on site to check out the progress.
Steel production is one of the most polluting industries of the world, accounting for about 7% of the world's carbon emissions. Now, 3 Swedish industrial companies are joining forces for change. I'm here in Luleå, in northern Sweden, close to the Arctic Circle. And this is where 3 industrial giants have formed a partnership to set up the first fossil-free value chain to produce green steel. And this site here is the entrance to a hydrogen cave, which will be vital in this venture.
So we're standing here in Luleå in this hydrogen storage.
A key part of the venture is to develop a hydrogen storage system, so there will be a steady supply of the fuel for the production process.
Hydrogen is used in the process, replacing coal when we turn iron ore into iron. By using hydrogen from fossil-free electricity instead of coal, we remove the source of emissions from this process.
Just a couple of weeks ago, we were able to produce the first fossil-free steel in the world. And this is now the next step in building a completely fossil-free value chain together with our partners, LKAB and Vattenfall.
A gas tank of about 100 cubic meters will be built inside this rock cavern to store hydrogen. If testing is successful, they could make it 1,000 times bigger on an industrial scale.
This is the product that you get when you go from iron ore and reduce it with hydrogen. Instead of using coke and coal where you get carbon dioxide, you get water as the byproduct. And that's when you get sponge iron. This is a raw material, then going to SSAB, where you're supposed to melt this in an electric arc furnace. And from there, you get steel that you roll out before you have an end product.
SSAB has already struck deals with Mercedes-Benz and Volvo Group, who has recently launched the world's first fossil-free vehicle.
The vehicle behind me is a dumper to be used in quarries or in mines. It is fully electric, it is fully autonomous, and it's built upon fossil-free steel. But I think that the beauty now, what we are learning with fossil-free steel, is that from a manufacturing perspective, there's no difference between the traditional fossil-based steel and fossil-free steel. If you look into a microscope, the steel is identical.
Transforming energy-intensive industries like steel production will be key to combat global warming, especially as energy demand is expected to continue to soar.
All right, that was just a very long way of saying, later this week, I will be speaking to the Chief Technology Officer of Volvo about those efforts. We continue to follow the Apple event, and Apple stock, meanwhile, has risen to a session high. We'll bring you all the breaking news after this break.
There was something wrong with her eye. And when I had a look, it looked like she was blind. The vet that she's registered with were only doing telephone appointments, which was a bit pointless because she really needed to be seen by someone. And I couldn't get one anyway for like another week. I was just quite worried about, you know, the complications of leaving it for so long.
We've seen millions more animals becoming pets in the past year due to the people having increased time at home. What we're also finding is due to Brexit that we're having decreased numbers of European vets working over here. So unfortunately, we're unable to meet that current demand for pet services. Also, COVID's got the inevitable impact with people having to self-isolate.
It is very limited what we can diagnose, so it's more about peace of mind and determining whether they do need to be seen in person.
I think it's all very much in flux, and it's had such an unequal impact on different parts of the labor market.
I think that it's hard to put your head around any narrative. Let's just be honest. We've had sort of a shift in, are we in some sort of stagflation fears moment? People were talking about that all day yesterday.
I'm Mark Crumpton with Bloomberg's First Word News. The Biden administration is asking the U.S. Supreme Court to block the district court-ordered pause. Their Hill Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is right. He's facing major policy to break the deadlock that would pave the way for the House to clear a separate bipartisan infrastructure bill.
Session highs right now. The CEO, Tim Cook, announcing the long-awaited redesign of the MacBook Pro that uses its own in-house chips. We've been talking about that on the program, and we're going to bring you more headlines from the Apple event. We're also going to talk about COVID booster shots with Gigi Granval. She is from the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, and she's going to talk to us as well about the tragic breakthrough case that killed Colin Powell.
And you mentioned the Apple story, Matt. That certainly did have an influence, at least on one stock. We saw Spotify reacting on an intraday basis, although it may have been a short-lived reaction to word that Apple is doubling down in the music space. Overall, a positive session, and you are seeing the kind of tech-heavy of consumer discretionary and tech leading the S&P 500 higher. Energy is right along for the ride, and we are seeing oil trading at, again, multi-year highs today. It's been a volatile session for that commodity, but it was above 83.50 for a little while today. Of course, a very high level. Good for those looking at oil profits coming up. Bad for all of the businesses for whom that is an input cost. And we are starting to hear from some, including airlines, of course. So we watch that. There's your 10-year at 159, just below that 1.6 level where we seem to have settled in post that roadmap from the Federal Reserve on tapering. And of course, you mentioned Bitcoin. It is gaining today. For what it's worth, you might expect that on a day when there's a fair amount of news in the Bitcoin space. And of course, we've seen a fair amount of volatility here as well, Matt. But this comes as asset manager ProShares is poised to launch the first Bitcoin futures ETF. That'll trade under the symbol BITO. It'll invest primarily in Bitcoin futures contracts, not directly in Bitcoin. And that, of course, Matt, is cause for a little bit of controversy, because not unlike a commodity ETF, that could mean you could find yourself in contango or backwardation. It adds a level of complexity to this investment for the investors in the space.
Well, you're almost guaranteed to find yourself trading at another level than the spot price, right? After a few weeks, months, certainly after a year. I just was talking to Mike McGlone from Bloomberg Intelligence earlier about why the rise right now. We're over $62,000 for Bitcoin, even though China has banned it for like the 7th time in 5 years. And he told me, look, anytime China comes out against Bitcoin or Jamie Dimon says it's worthless, it's guaranteed to drive the price higher. And now we had both of those things happen at the same time. So, investors pile in on those two contrarian indicators.
Yeah, that's a very interesting contrarian take. Love McGlone and his views. One thing that you would say, though, is that there has been an opportunity to see an ETF backed by physical Bitcoin. Doesn't exist. Should be, some would say, should be in existence. And that we are kind of seeing this unregulated part of the Bitcoin market get even more unregulated. And as you say, we may see discounts to the price almost by definition here. All right, staying in the crypto verse, the latest stock to hit the New York Stock Exchange is a digital asset platform. It's backed, merging in a $450 million SPAC deal. Its CEO, Gavin Michael, is with us now. Gavin, let's just start with the deal itself and what will change for you now with an NYSE listing. What do you hope to do with an infusion of capital?
So really, more of what we're already doing. So the infusion of capital that results from the transaction and using the SPAC really gave us certainty of our funding is really all about how do we build out great partners, how do we continue to enhance the platform to offer consumers, businesses and institutions great access to digital assets. You know, our vision remains connecting the digital economy and finding new and different ways for people to be able to use their digital assets in their everyday life, and rewarding merchants with easier customer acquisition and engagement through our platform.
Gavin, should we be bummed about the fact that so far we've only got a Bitcoin futures ETF in the U.S., or should we be excited that we're just getting another step closer to not only institutional investors, but Joe Plumber basically embracing this digital asset?
Oh, I think it's definitely the latter. We're just getting going with all of this. And so whilst we see the news of the ETF as an important milestone, I think there's so much more to come. You know, we have on our platform institutional services. We obviously trade in a physically delivered futures contract, and we see what's happening around us as more opportunity for our platform and for our business, quite frankly.
So just in terms of the other areas that you might expand into, what else appeals to you in terms of other offerings you might make?
So I think when we look at where we're going, I mean, we've signed some great partners. We've signed Choice Hotels, where their privileged rewards members can already exchange their loyalty points for cash and then use that cash to buy into Bitcoin or to buy gift cards or simply to use it anywhere that Apple Pay or Google Pay is accepted. We have a similar obviously coming on, but it's more opportunities for us to be able to reach our customers through partnerships like Finestra, like the work we're doing with Starbucks, where we're an accepted payments method inside their app. So really, the infusion of capital is really about fully funding our product roadmap and focusing on what we've seen as great success and doing more of what we already do, just doing it a whole lot faster.
You know, what I think is cool is that you're down there on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, Gavin, and I know this is due to the SPAC transaction. It's not like you're doing an IPO with the NYSE, but a lot of people might have expected a digital asset platform to be on NASDAQ. Are you happy with the tech and the direction at the New York Stock Exchange?
Oh, absolutely. I think what we see through our partnership with the New York Stock Exchange is entry into new markets, entry into new opportunities. So we're very happy with the fact that we've moved exchanges as part of this transaction.
So one of the big overhangs for this whole space, Gavin, has to be the regulatory overhang. What is your biggest fear about what might lie ahead and how you might have to change how you do business, if at all?
Well, I think when you look at our heritage, I mean, you know, we were founded through a partnership with ICE, and that's really where we've come from. You know, regulation, compliance, and risk are in our core. They're part of our DNA. So our platform is engineered in order to be incredibly agile as we start to think about the changing regulatory environment that may be around us. But one thing you can certainly count on is that we have really focused on providing trust and transparency to digital assets by taking that regulatory first approach. So we don't really see it as necessarily an inhibitor because of the way we've thought about the regulatory frameworks that we've built into our platform and really being prepared for the change that we see. The other thing we should also keep in front of our minds is whilst we have the crypto assets as part of the platform, our platform is broader than that. When we talk about connecting the digital economy, you know, we take into account the fact that we do loyalty points, we do credit card rewards points, we do hotel loyalty points. We're really building that broad spectrum of assets where crypto is one of those classes that we have available through the platform.
Gavin, thanks very much for joining us. Really interesting stuff and great to see you down there on the floor. Gavin Michael of Bakkt. Coming up, we return to Apple's Unleashed event and bring you the latest regarding the chip announcements and updated products as the stock rises to session highs. This is Bloomberg.
They know me as Magnus TV in Facebook since I'm streaming Axie Infinity. Axie Infinity is an NFT game where you can earn tokens, and then that tokens can be converted into pesos. I started it, I'm playing almost 4 to 5 hours a day. I'm earning, I can say it's really a lot of money. It can help to sustain my family needs and also to sustain my own business that I'm starting. I'm a little bit worried about it because some people who join this Axie Infinity thinking that this is an easy money game, they can earn a lot on this game can sustain their life, and I think that is not the point, or that is not really the game. We are trying now to build a community where other players or my scholars can join this esport, playing Axie Infinity for even 5 years, I think.
It's such an interesting new world.
The world is changing.
For us, it's not about being first, it's about being the best.
While everyone is zigging, we're zagging.
We feel like we can maybe help people out more.
We have an enormous number of big ideas.
There's always a balance between the free speech and being responsible and taking down content that we think could lead to some kind of real-world harm.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Matt Miller with Amanda Lang, and we are continuing to follow this Apple event, getting more headlines from the company in terms of new products that we're going to see from Apple, new MacBook Pros more specifically, and the increases that they've made in terms of capabilities, high-res graphics, microphones and speakers, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, thinness is important here as well. Julie Ask of Forrester Research and Tay Kim of Bloomberg Opinion are still with us to talk about what we've learned. Tay, let me kick it off here with you. What are the most important headlines that you're seeing cross about the MacBook Pro?
I think the biggest headline is millions of creative professionals are probably cheering that Apple is actually listening to them. We've had this trend where Apple would simplify their devices to make them look cooler, but then you would have to add all these dongles and add all these cables. Now, Apple is adding more ports back to their MacBook Pros. They added an HDMI port, an SD card where you could just put your memory card in, and they got rid of the touch bar and put in the physical keys like Mark Gurman reported. So they're actually listening to their customers and adding convenience back to their laptops. So I'm sure tons of creative professionals are screaming with like joy right now because they're adding ports back.
And Julie, presumably some portion of the consumer market will also be happy about that. But is Apple getting the balance right here? Because we did see this massive, and Forrester has quantified the massive spend on technology at home. Is this hitting that market well, too?
Yeah, so, after listening to the announcements over the past half hour or so, I'm going to go all in with Tay here and say I do believe, given the enhanced performance, the speed, all of the changes that they've made, I do believe that this is targeted primarily at a professional community. Think about developers, gaming developers. This is all about speed, some battery efficiency and so forth. But I think, I haven't seen the price points come through yet. Maybe you have those, but I think we're going to see these priced, somewhere between like $2,000, $3,000 for the baseline models. My guess would be for these. And I think that price is a little bit out of the consumer market. What will be interesting to see is, what chips are in the minis and some of the products oriented more towards a family or the consumer at home.
In terms of market share, Julie, does that change very much with Apple products? I mean, I feel like you're either an Apple user or you're not. And it's usually, at least in terms of desktop setups, it's about 10% ever since I started covering the company.
Yeah, so I think that, it tends to be true. I think what's different, though, is today is, let's say like 15, 20 years ago, that might have been 10% of the U.S. audience. But now as we look more globally, whether it's in China, Canada, the UK, and other markets, certainly Apple tends to grow there. Apple has also done a good job of introducing, we'll call it, lower priced products, whether it's the Air, the lower priced tablets, lower priced watches, lower priced smartphones that do help to bring more consumers into the Apple ecosystem, so to speak. Certainly part of their strategy, though.
And, of course, in that ecosystem, music, Tay, we got those announcements on music. There was an intraday reaction for Spotify stock that told a tale. But we've also seen a climb back from that big, steep jump down. So when you take it into the totality of what Apple's saying on music, how important is it? How much of a threat to its competitors is it?
So they announced this $5 plan, which is 50% off their normal plan. That's controlled by voice. I don't think that's going to be a big market changer, so that's probably why the market moved in that fashion. But I also want to emphasize they announced 2 new Mac Silicon chips, M1 Pro and M1 Max, and it's 70% faster than last year's versions. I think that's a big deal. Everyone talks about the Apple ecosystem, but I think Apple's biggest competitive differentiator is their in-house silicon chip chip design capabilities, and they're showing that they make the best chips in the world, the most power efficient, the best performing. And today's announcement shows that they still have what it takes.
If they're converting anybody, Julie, I'm guessing they're converting the high-end customers, right? Because otherwise, as I said, either you're in the ecosystem and you love it or you're not.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Apple has always been either through design or been lucky. It's always had a relatively affluent consumer base as well that can afford to do upgrades, afford to buy more products in the ecosystem. And then we see geographically, we see growth, and otherwise we see growth, within the family, buying watches, smartphones, devices, tablets, for children and teenagers and so forth. But yeah, absolutely agree with you, Matt.
Thanks to you both. Julie Ask, Forrester Research, Tay Kim, Bloomberg Opinion. Great to have you both with us for this. And coming up next, we are talking with Gigi Gronvald, Senior Scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Her insight on booster shots and breakthrough cases. Stay with us.
We are ahead of the U.S. and we vaccinated 90% first doses. So we are getting a very sharp rebound now because people are getting a safe return to work.
Every Friday with 30 minutes dedicated to fixed income, I'm Jonathan Ferro. This is Bloomberg Real Yield.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Amanda Lang alongside Matt Miller. And let's turn now to the debate over COVID booster shots. That's, of course, following a decision by an FDA advisory panel that recommends boosters for many recipients of Moderna and Johnson & Johnson vaccines. With us now from Baltimore is Gigi Granville, senior scholar at the Bloomberg School of Public Health, Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Great to have you with us. And obviously, this debate around boosters, it hasn't really, I don't think, taken off in the sense that we haven't seen sort of the big ethical questions being wrestled with around global supply of vaccines. But from a pure health point of view, current thinking on the U.S. on boosters, is it coming to everybody at some point soon?
Well, right now, the guidance is for people who are over 65 that they should go ahead and get a booster shot if they're 6 months out from having a vaccine. And that goes for people who've had Pfizer or Moderna or J&J. The question that they're going to have to wrestle with is the mix and match prospects, because the data is showing that people who have had J&J maybe would benefit more from Pfizer or Moderna as a booster, but that's not been advised yet. So this is new data, so I expect that guidance to change in the coming weeks.
Is it the case, though, Doc, that whichever strategy you choose, the benefits are going to outweigh the risks?
Yes. I mean, these are safe and effective vaccines, and it's a matter of increasing your own protection. The U.S. does not have a supply issue. You're absolutely right. This pandemic is not going to go away until we can vaccinate the world, and we're not doing a great job of that, even though, there have been a lot of efforts for the U.S. to give vaccine around the globe. But collectively, we need to do a lot more.
And I mean, not to kind of stoke fear, but obviously the death of Colin Powell will raise the question for many of the protection you have when you're vaccinated, but your antibodies are in decline. And when is the right time for that booster shot? Would it have made a difference? These are all questions that will be of concern now to a whole population group in that same age range.
Yeah, and what we should also keep in mind is that, just like for any disease, flu and as well, everybody needs to get vaccinated to protect those around them, not just themselves, because, when you're older, it's a little bit more challenging to keep your immune system up and ready. It's just not as robust as it once was. And so that's why, grandparents rely on grandkids getting vaccinated for flu. And, the same goes for COVID. We all need to be vaccinated. If there's no transmission happening, then people would not need a booster.
Yeah, it's important to point out that we know that there are breakthrough cases, and we know that there are fatalities among them, but actually only 0.004% of fully vaccinated Americans have died of COVID. So the chances are incredibly low. Of course, they increase rapidly when you get above the age of 65, and Colin Powell was 84. I think 85% of the about 7,000 deaths that fully vaccinated people have suffered are people over the age of 65. So it's sad, obviously, but your chances are increased of dying of anything, right, when you're 84 years old.
Absolutely. I mean, usually people have lots of things by then that they're having to deal with, medical issues. And so, this is why it's really important for everyone to get vaccinated. And that's if you aren't exposed, then it's not an issue. It's because viral transmission is still really high in the community that we're even having this conversation about boosters. We should all be at a level of protection where, we could talk about, well, is it a good idea? That's maybe yearly, but no, we're not there yet because transmission is still too high.
All right. Gigi, thanks so much for joining us. Dr. Gigi Granville there of the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. And note, of course, that the school is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, the founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. For Amanda Lang, I'm Matt Miller. This is Bloomberg.
between countries that still depend heavily on coal and countries that have the financial and technical resources to support transitions, because it is essential that no more coal power plants are built.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
This is a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
I'm Mark Crumpton with Bloomberg's First Word News. The death of former U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell following a breakthrough COVID-19 infection is shining a high-profile spotlight on what has been a rare phenomenon. Powell died at age 84 from COVID-19 complications today, despite being fully vaccinated. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, data show that of the more than 187 million people who have been fully vaccinated in the U.S. as of October 12th, about 7,100 or 0.004% died from a breakthrough infection. The United States continues to battle the coronavirus pandemic. The flu is also gearing up to cause problems. According to data collected by Walgreens Boots Alliance, cases of the flu are up 23% across the U.S. compared with a year ago. Parts of Nevada and Texas top the list for the most cases. Health officials say the increase may be due to people spending more time together and a loosening of social distancing measures and mask wearing after vaccination. Key legislation to fight climate change may not get the final swing vote it needs to survive. West Virginia Democratic Senator Joe Manchin has told the White House and congressional leaders that he will not support the measure, including a key clean power provision in the Democrat spending package. The program would pay utilities for using clean energy and penalize those that don't. Facebook says it will create 10,000 new high-skilled positions in Europe within the next 5 years. It's part of the social media giant's push to develop a metaverse, the so-called new internet frontier, but the UK will miss out. Facebook's vice president of global business spoke today with Bloomberg.
The EU is a fantastic place to be able to, do business, given the size of the consumer market, the incredible universities, and of course the talent as well. And it really builds on the investments that we've been making over the years, whether it's the fair research development that we have for artificial intelligence in Paris, or the Reality Labs office that we have in Cork.
And Facebook adds that target markets for hiring include Ireland, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Poland, and the Netherlands. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg.
The most crucial moments in the trading day. This is Bloomberg Markets The Close with Caroline Hyde, Romaine Bostick, and Taylor Briggs.
It is 2 p.m. in New York, 11 a.m. in Los Angeles, and we are live from the Milken Institute Global Conference. This is a special edition of Bloomberg Markets The Close. I'm Caroline Hyde.
And I'm Romaine Bostick. And we have a packed show for you. Look, you guys want to stay tuned all day long here. We got some of the best and brightest minds coming together here to tackle some of the most urgent challenges here, right, at Milken. Right off to the stage here, you got David Hunt at PGIM. He's going to be jumping on stage in just a minute. Of course, CEO over at PGIM. And Dan Barkley, BMO Capital CEO, also going to be here as well.
I know, fantastic conversations throughout. And Taylor, holding down the fort in New York, tracking all the market action. Taylor,
I am here. I miss you guys. It looks like you are having a great time, a full show, as you guys mentioned. But in the meantime, let me just bring you up to speed with what is going on with these markets. It's been a wild day that we're still trying to hold on to the highs of the day of where we are within the S&P 500. You guys did miss a pretty big, massive global rate sell-off that we had earlier, starting in New Zealand, starting in Australia. Some of that was starting to trickle through this morning, but we're mostly unch on the day. Hate to tell it to you here within the U.S. Technology, though, certainly leading the day, given the stability that we have within the rate market. And finally, we want to point your attention to some of the China ETFs, some of the China markets, some pretty poor data overnight with some of the GDP. But still, China overall is a big relative outperformer. All of this really leads us to a big story of the day. And you guys, it is still the story that we've been talking about: rising inflation, rising break-evens. You're seeing that on the 2, 5s, 10s, and 30s, really across the curve, and wondering if stagflation is something that we're going to continue to talk about. Let's do it all with Megan Hornman, Director of Portfolio Strategy for Verdance Capital Advisors, has about $3 billion in assets under management. Megan, maybe start us off there. What are you thinking about the economy and rising inflation at this moment?
So we think this, what we're going to see over the next couple quarters is really some uneven economic growth. Right now, the consumer has been pretty resilient with the rise that we've seen in inflation, everyday necessities, and even the rise of the gas pump. But I think as you go into the end of this year and the first quarter of next year, it's going to be a bit more challenging. We started to see some consumers turn towards credit card debt. So that shows that they are feeling the effect of rising prices. So we do think it's going to be a bit uneven and choppy here. But we don't think that means the expansion is done. We think it still has some room to run.
So it certainly has some room to run here, Megan. Everyone we're talking about, though, is starting to talk about the potential normalization of monetary policy, maybe even a potential normalization of fiscal policy. How much of an impetus does that sort of take out of some of the momentum, if at all?
So I think that we're ready. I think the economy has shown you that we don't need some of these emergency measures that the Federal Reserve has put in place. I think it's ready for the removal of at least the quantitative easing program, or at least tapering it there. And then I don't think they've made it very clear that they're going to keep interest rates low through the rest of next year, and they'll be patient, and they will take the economic data in stride and to see where they will go with their next move. But I don't think it's going to disrupt the recovery. I think that we're ready for it. The labor market is improving. It's been slow, but it is improving, and we are seeing some pricing pressure. So I think that we're ready for at least the removal of the emergency measures.
I was speaking with the US CEO of Siemens a little bit earlier, and they were saying in particular that these transitory issues when it comes to supply chain, when it comes to the chip shortage, those issues with the ships as well, Megan, they're going to last potentially this year, next year. How much of these issues are transitory to you? How much is it priced into the market, some of the issues we're seeing in terms of the supply chain?
I think a lot of it is interconnected. When you look at the inflationary pressures, when you look at the supply chain pressures, when you look at the tightness in the labor market, it's all pandemic related and kind of on the back of a lot of pent-up demand that we're seeing. So unfortunately, the only solution to this is time. I think people had anticipated that the supply chain issues would be cleared up quicker than they are. But what we're seeing with the surge in the holiday demand, this is probably going to last into next year. I think that the market is probably pricing this in as a risk. I don't know that it's fully pricing it in. So we still do think there will be a lot of volatility through the rest of this year and then into next year. And don't forget that politics has really taken kind of a back seat, but that will be another headline that we have to deal with in December.
Are you surprised, though, by the lack of maybe rate volatility that, frankly, we're just not seeing in the U.S. right now?
Mm-hmm. To be honest with you, all through the summer, we were very surprised. I think a lot of people were kind of perplexed at why interest rates were as low and staying stubbornly low. We've started to see that back up. I still think that rates have room to move higher. I think you will see that just naturally as the Fed starts to taper their bond program. And then as we get into next year and we're just pricing in closer and closer to the eventual next Fed rate hike. So we do still think that the trajectory for yield is higher from here.
But with regards to some of the changes in inflation, or at least anticipated changes in inflation, and what that effect ends up having on monetary policy, Megan, do you reposition your portfolio now? Do you wait for that reaction to show up and then make a decision then? What do you do?
So I think taking inflation out of the equation, we're coming out of the worst of the pandemic. We're getting over the Delta variant. Those cases are starting to roll over. So you need to start positioning your portfolios now, at least your fixed income positioning for higher interest rates. Once the Fed starts raising rates, it's going to be too late to do that. So you want to make sure that your investments in your fixed income portion of your portfolios are very short duration. Floating rate instruments are also an option. And then in your equity exposure, specifically in the U.S., you want to make sure that you're not going to be in some of those expensive sectors, the growth sectors, the tech sectors. Be very cautious there because they have shown that they will sell off when we see interest rates move higher, and then they can they'll be at a disadvantage with higher inflation as well.
Megan, one thing the market's missing right now.
I apologize, I did not hear that.
The one thing that the market is missing right now, Megan?
Mm-hmm. I think, as I mentioned, one of the things that we will that is unfortunately going to come back to the headline the rest of this year is going to be the political situation here in the U.S. And we will have political theater in Washington in the beginning of December, and we still don't know what the ultimate fiscal stimulus or the tax package is going to look like.
Megan Hornman, Director of Portfolio Strategy for Verdance Capital Advisors. Always really appreciate your time and perspective. And coming up, Caroline and Romaine, they're still out there in LA. Big lineup of guests from the Milken Institute Global Conference. We have David Hunt, Chairman and CEO of PGIM. He's coming up next. And then later on in the hour, we're going to hear from BMO Capital Markets CEO Dan Barclay. He just wrote a piece about what the future of work may look like for those investment bankers. And we'll also be going out to, the Health 2021 conference in Boston. I'm going to be speaking with Dr. Amy Abernethy, President of Clinical Research at Verily. She's also former Principal Deputy Commissioner at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. All that and so much more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
When you look at technology, how should we be looking at big banks and technology?
Technology is our friend. So it's helping us transform the bank fundamentally. And in fact, we're speaking, I think, as we speak, to our shareholders around what we've done and how we've transformed the bank. We also see technology and technology companies as partners. So some
not
of our
rivals.
We know that there are big parts of what have been our business historically that will be absorbed into convenience platforms. And by convenience platforms, whether that's Amazon or Facebook or Alibaba or Tencent or something like that, those are platforms that are just very convenient for people to conduct their day-to-day financial affairs. And it'd be very difficult for a bank to compete with that. Now, in some cases, I'd say, let's say in Africa, we are setting up a competing platform to the convenience platforms. And we're working with technology companies and mobile telephony companies and others to create a platform of our own. But for the most part, we're going to be playing on somebody else's platform.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
This is Bloomberg Markets, the close, live from Milken Institute Global Conference. Joining me now, a key voice on the markets, David Hunt, PGIM President, CEO. Get this, more than 3 decades of experience in asset management, a top 10 global asset manager, $1.5 trillion in assets under management across public, private asset classes. David, it's wonderful to be here in the flesh, in person, sat across from you, and you must be hearing so many different takes right now from all the expertise that surrounds us here at the conference. What's the number one thing people are worried about?
It's really fascinating to be here and to have everybody back after several years of this conference being canceled. The first thing is giving a presentation with an entire room full of people in a mask gives new definition to taking a shower with a raincoat on. I assure you, I mean, it's very difficult to still get the same energy that you do in the rooms. But that said, I would say the mood here at the conference is very optimistic. For the most part, you have kind of a split. There's the equity guys that think everything's wonderful and the debt guys that are convinced the world's going to end. And actually, I would hear generally people here believe that risk assets over the next 24 months and the economy is really going to do well.
It's interesting you talk about the optimism. One reason I would think they're optimistic is they did so well when times were bad, sort of when things were supposed to go wrong for them, they went right. Is there any sense here that as we get to the other side of the pandemic and the economy maybe normalizes, that could actually work against them? Are you hearing anything like that?
Absolutely, there are some who would say that. And I thought one of the most fascinating things about the panel today was there was a total split between the audience who absolutely believed that inflation was not going to be transitory, and the panel. Most of us think inflation absolutely will be transitory, and then we had a bit of a definitional argument over what transitory means. But in any event, this is episodic. There's very clearly a group of people that think that things are going to get worse as the Fed begins to pull support back. But it's not the dominant view of professional investors here, I wouldn't say.
But David, why do you think it's transitory? Why do you think the supply chain nightmares, the COVID plus, fiscal monetary policy stimulus is only going to boost inflation in the short term?
So I think that there's at least 3 different elements of the inflation story. One is a couple of things that are not going away anytime soon. And I would put in that housing, rent, and commodities. And those, I think, people believe are going to be with us at least for the next couple of years. We haven't built enough houses in this country for a decade. It's not going to be solved in 2 years. Then there's a whole set of things like the supply chain, which I think most people believe will actually be solved in the next 24 months. Higher prices will bring in more demand, and we will see those solved.
24 months? I mean, that seems like a long time to me.
Is that episodic?
Well, and I wonder if the disruptions over a 24-month period, plus however many months that got us to today, what type of economic drag does that have?
So this is why I think the 24 months is really interesting. So we haven't yet talked about the long-term trends that still are interacting as we go through this. So the primary drivers of disinflation over the last decade have been digital transformation and the demographics and the aging of the population, both of which have carried on actually even faster during this entire pandemic time. They will continue over the next couple of years. So our belief is that despite some of the first factors on inflation, those long-term factors over the 24-month period will ultimately begin to win. And so in 2024, we'll be back below 2%. That's our view.
And so what, therefore, of the reaction function from the monetary policy setters, what does that therefore mean in terms of interest rates, in terms of the yields that we've seen all over the place today, and your investment thesis? So
one of the fascinating things is what the Fed will do. And it's actually, I would say, less driven by what's happening in the markets and more by the labor market. They are taking this dual mandate very seriously. They look at the labor market and they say there are 5 million less people at work today than there were. They watch the participation rate really beginning to fall. And our view is that actually they may make a policy mistake here by waiting too long, because we think the labor market has really changed. We actually think a lot of these jobs are not coming back, both because the workers aren't coming back and because they're going to be automated out of these. And so we think that the Fed needs to redefine what they think of as an acceptable employment level, or they're going to stay too loose too long.
It seems like they are, at least of the mindset that we are close to that, at least close enough that they feel they could start pulling back at least on the taper. But it raises the question of, once we get into the middle of next year and everyone wants to know, when do you start to lift rates? Is there a sense here that we'll be at a place with regards to the labor market and obviously with inflation that they'll feel comfortable moving rates higher?
See, that's what I think the pressure point is on them. From a market's point of view, I think we would say the time is now. We've had emergency measures are in place. We are not in an emergency situation anymore. We should start tapering. At some point next year's rates should go up if we just look at the economic side of things. It's the labor market that I think could cause them to be more cautious on that. And that's where I think they may make their policy mistake. But that is the dilemma that Chairman Powell finds himself in.
If they make that policy mistake, go too slow, you keep rates lower for longer, what does that mean in terms of your asset prices? What does that mean? And do we just keep seeing the S&P 500 continuing on higher? Do we see more volatility in the market or not?
So without a doubt, the dominant theme of the last 2 years has been negative real rates. I mean, it has never been more punitive to hold cash. And what that has done is it has certainly supported the equity market valuations we see, but it's also supported this hunt for yield, for high yield, for bank loans, for emerging market debt, for structured products. And we will see that continue so long as the Fed doesn't move.
Let's talk about that, and particularly alternative assets, which have sort of become mainstream assets now. I mean, everyone I've talked to here has basically moved into that realm if they weren't already there. And that seems to be what clients want right now. That seems to be where they think that's the only place they can really make a good percent return.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, we're one of the largest alternative managers in the world. And we do believe we're very bullish on many parts of core real estate at the moment, in particular multifamily housing. I mentioned how far behind we are in that. I would also say industrial as a big piece of that. So those are some of our highest consensus calls, and I think you're hearing that here at the conference. Private credit has been another big part of this. I mean, the banks have literally not kept up with their lending, and the private credit market has had to step into that. Isn't that amazing?
Is that because they can't get what they want out of the banks with regards to the flexibility and the way that this credit is structured? Is that it? Or is it just availability overall?
No, it really has to do with the whole way in which regulations following the GFC were put in place to make the banks safer. And the good news is I think that really worked. So the banks are safer, but it means they also have much higher capital charges against many kind of loans. So despite the remarkable earnings you saw coming out of the banks this week and last week, you actually didn't see lending growth grow that much. And yet the economy is expanding greatly. Where's that growth coming from? Private credit. And that's why you're seeing so much interest.
Okay, so much interest. Too much interest? At what point do you start to see bubbles? Are we back to an era where we're worried about bubbles in the market?
So I have been and do remain somewhat worried about areas within private credit for sure. We've been doing it for a very long time. We source our loans through direct relationships with management teams. Many of the newer players are coming in and they're doing this on a purely agented basis. They actually have never met the management team of what are the loans that they're doing. That is dangerous. And I think there is a group of newer players that have come into private credit who will get hurt in the next downturn for sure.
The way that things are getting pitched right now, are they pitching fundamentals or are they just pitching concepts? I mean, what are they doing?
For the most part, they're pitching the fundamentals of middle market companies, because I think that is what makes this special, because you do have an ability to structure the deal to meet the needs of that client, but also to protect you as an investor that you don't get with a bank loan and you don't get certainly in the public markets. So unless you believe in that, you're really losing out by taking advantage of the private credit market.
David, I hate to end on a down note, but you just said about, I know, Debbie Downer, but you were saying about the next downturn. When is the next downturn if you see a policy mistake and the Fed continue with rates for longer?
Well, history would say that the Fed ends almost any of these with a policy mistake, right? And maybe that's almost tautological. But certainly I think that at some point we will see rates begin to move up, and they will decide it. And at that point, we'll see a lot of risk assets re-rated. But I don't see that happening in the next 24 months.
David, great to have you. Great to see you in person.
Yeah.
Great to see both of you. Absolutely. David Hunt, PGIM President and CEO, right here at the Milken Global Conference. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment from Los Angeles. You're watching Bloomberg.
From New York City.
We're in London, in Sydney,
In San Francisco.
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak with Lee.
Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to Daybreak Australia.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
And this is Bloomberg Green.
To recap the headlines.
You do not want to miss this story.
Really good news on the jobless claims
How
front.
are you thinking about those dynamics?
I think that it's hard to put your head around any narrative. Let's just be honest. We've had sort of a shift in, are we in some sort of stagflation fears moment? People were talking about that all day yesterday.
Google is saying it has accelerated innovation in the country and it's planning to appeal the FTC's decision. What's your take on this and how do you plan for further scrutinies?
We are going to see what they make and what changes they are actually bring to this market.
Our Prime Minister says we are basically having to move in the direction where we respect the virus, but we don't fear it. And we have to evolve our practices in a manner that allows us to learn to live with COVID.
This is Bloomberg Markets to Close. I'm Taylor Riggs in New York. You have Romaine and Caroline living the dream out there in Los Angeles. You guys, great interviews that you were doing, but I want to bring it back to the markets here that we're seeing in the U.S. because it is near the highs of the day on the S&P, on technology, and there really has been this theme of this push-pull trade that has been underway. It's been J.P. Morgan, that equity strategist, saying that stagflation is totally overdone. Go back to shifting into some of those bargain stocks, right? Some of those economically sensitive companies. Yet at the same time, it's David Kostin over at Goldman saying that watch the allocations to equities. Those are going to continue to fuel this equity market despite B of A calling these valuations extreme. So that really belies these markets of this push-pull that we continue to see. I want to highlight there as well crude. We're coming off a little bit of some of the recent highs that we've seen, $82 a barrel, and it is an ununch kind of day. Actually, maybe I should correct myself. It's like an unch kind of day. A lot of stability within the bond markets after some volatility earlier this morning with a global rate sell-off, particularly overseas on the front end of that yield curve. Now at least some calmness here in the U.S. Coming up, though, we're going to get a lot of insight on the issues surrounding health data management. It is Dr. Amy Abernathy, President of Clinical Research, Verily. This is Bloomberg.
impact China's growth because it is already slowing. Chinese manufacturers are curbing production. This is the latest shock to global supply chains, already delayed by, part delays, chip shortages, saddled with soaring commodity prices as well.
Well, Haslinda, when we've seen a lot of supply chain disruptions at the beginning of this COVID pandemic, and then, supply chains became resilient and it really moved goods around, especially medical goods and supplies. But now, at this part of the pandemic, we are seeing disruptions again, and discontinuities. And that is because of what we spoke about, the demand that is pent up. And of course, if you have factories slowing down and, not being able to produce as much, that is going to impact growth and the recovery.
People are talking about Bloomberg surveillance.
There's some guy out on Twitter who says, I look like I'm on.
I noticed that.
Do you think I need a lift? Is it time
what
that
did he say about me? What did that particular gentleman say about... Let's have a look. One of them is near 101 years of age.
Which one would that be?
The other has an ego in the orbit of Mars. Who's that?
I had no idea.
Mrs. Lisa, the only chance to productive conversation. It's a fairly accurate summary of this show, isn't it, Tom?
The eyes, or should I do the whole thing?
I'm Mark Crumpton with Bloomberg's First Word News. Colin Powell, the first African American to be U.S. Secretary of State and chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, is dead. Powell's family says he died today due to complications from COVID-19. They also say he was fully vaccinated and was being treated at Walter Reed National Medical Center. Powell was born in Harlem to Jamaican immigrant parents. Powell served in public office for 4 decades. He was 84 years old. The European Union has sent more than 1 billion COVID vaccine doses to more than 150 countries over the past 10 months. The EU and the U.S. also are joining forces to deliver more doses to low and middle income countries and will rally a group of 20 leaders around the effort later this month. The EU committed to donate at least 500 million doses to vulnerable countries in coming months. New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern has extended a lockdown in Auckland for at least another 2 weeks. The city will remain at alert level 3, meaning people can't leave the city and should stay at home where possible. Ardern says a vaccination target will be introduced on Friday to give people an indication of when restrictions could be eased. Ports around the world are growing more gridlocked as the pandemic-era supply shocks intensify. It's threatening to spoil the holiday shopping season, erode corporate profits, and drive up consumer prices. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg.
Live from Los Angeles. I was going to say New York.
Do you know
Taylor's
where
still
you
in
are,
New York.
Roman?
We're out here in we're out here in Beverly Hills. In fact, at the Milken Global Institute Conference. This is a big deal here. Caroline Hyde is here as well. If you haven't noticed, Taylor,
Yeah.
she's out here as well.
I'm here, and we're going to now throw it over to New York, where we're there in spirit, but our spirit animal, Taylor Riggs, is still standing by with your commodities close, Romaine.
You know, it is hard to beat a Romaine Bostic on his commodity close, but alas, we attempt. And we try. So let's do it here. We're taking a look at oil, of course, one of the big stories. I believe we're settling just around $82 a barrel or so, climbing a little bit higher, but certainly maybe off the highs that we'd seen earlier today. Nat gas is a really interesting story. We're off now almost 8%. Mild weather has been keeping a lid on some of these prices. So you're getting a lot less demand and some supply chain issues that are also easing as well. Platinum is an interesting story. HSBC was out with a great note over the weekend, weekend, saying that demand is recovering, but it's going to be below earlier levels that we had anticipated because of the auto demand growth will remain subdued given some of the chip shortages that we've seen. And finally, I wanted to mention cotton because it's been on a tear as of late. And we've talked a lot about the cost push inflation into some of the retailers given the rise of cotton. So certainly off the highs that we've seen, coming down a little bit as a reprieve. I want to pivot as well because we've been talking about the Milken Institute out in Los Angeles. There's also another big conference underway as well, talking about the health industry. And all of those top players are gathered in Boston for the Health 2021 conference to discuss the latest innovations in the sector. Joining us now, Dr. Amy Abernethy, President of Clinical Research at Verily. She is also a former Principal Deputy Commissioner at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. Doctor, great to have you. And I wanted to start on the panel that you were doing yesterday, where we're in the middle of a pandemic and we're talking about the ways in which healthcare has been totally disrupted, particularly around clinical trials and conducting these all remotely. How do you see some of these permanent structural changes being underway?
Well, Taylor, certainly we learned in the context of the pandemic that we can be more virtual in the way that we conduct clinical trials. We can take studies directly to participants in their homes using virtual visits. We can leverage, for example, the smartphone to collect data or sensors in your watch. But the other thing that we learned is that we're going to need to stop and test which of these new virtual and data-based solutions we can use into the future in order to make sure that the data and the data quality work for us in clinical trials in the future and that study participants are kept safe.
When you think about where we are in the pandemic as well, in terms of testing, there was a lot of focus on testing out of the gate. Where are you in terms of being focused on testing or pivoting?
So, I am thinking a lot right now as it relates to testing the solutions that we are using right now in 2021, such as software and data, and making sure that we have figured out if those solutions are going to be the ones that we're going to use in 2025 or beyond, or do we need to update them yet again?
It was interesting. We know Verily, of course, is a unit of Alphabet, and I believe it was a few months ago you had a proposed purchase of SignalPath. How does SignalPath fit into Verily? How does Verily fit into the overall structure of Alphabet in terms of how you're thinking about where you fit?
Well, so certainly at Verily, we're thinking about how do we build solutions that ease the burden of participation in clinical research. And that includes easing the burden of participation for research participants like patients, but also for the study site, so study coordinators and investigators. And so we acquired SignalPath as a key part of that commitment to the study site. At Verily, we're thinking about how do we grow our research business in making sure that we can conduct the kind of clinical studies and evidence generation of the future, leveraging software, leveraging technology, and we also want to make sure we leverage what's available through the Alphabet community and the Alphabet sister companies. But right now at Verily, we're focused on how do we do this work well and how do we make sure that we have high quality data sets and that those data sets answer the question at hand.
How are you doing that high quality work when it comes to raising money and then deploying the capital?
So we need to make sure that we focus on getting the details right. So within the context of the work that we're doing, not only are we generating new and novel data sets such as information about the immune system or information about pathology slides and how can we leverage that information to better understand how a medical product performs, we're really doing the work behind the scenes to cross-check that the new data collection solutions that we're building actually truly are additive. And that includes developing new solutions to measure and document data quality, and especially within the context of clinical research, and then constantly improve on it.
It's interesting, given your background at the FDA, Robert Califf, your colleague as well over at Verily, has been considered someone who might return to the FDA after running that post, of course, under President Obama. What is his experience, and particularly the experience from Verily? What would that bring?
So, certainly Dr. Califf has been in the news as a person being potentially considered for this role. And I think he, had a tremendous time at FDA before as being commissioner then. And, really has a job still to do as commissioner at FDA if he's subsequently nominated and confirmed. This is really a Dr. Califf story and not necessarily a Verily story, although certainly we're rooting for him.
Fair enough. Dr. Amy Abernethy, President of Clinical Research at Verily, really appreciate your time, and we'll be back at the Health 2021 conference in Boston later today. An exclusive interview with the Moderna CEO, Stefan Bancel. It is coming up at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time right here, you guessed it, on Bloomberg Television. And still ahead, hitting capacity. We're taking a look at shares of Zillow sliding today after the online real estate company pauses home buying for the rest of the year as it works through some of the backlog of properties. More of that next in our Stock of the Hour. This is Bloomberg.
第18条第2項により本院において内閣総理大臣に指名することにこの際暫時休憩いたします。
Is inflation really transitory, or is there a risk that because we believe it's not transitory, it actually becomes sticky?
I think central banks are really worried about inflation now. Much of what we see probably is transitory, but nevertheless, it's a lot easier to see upside risks to inflation than downside risks. None of us know where inflation will go over the next year or so, but upside risks are coming, I think, from three sources. One, as we gradually learn to live with COVID-19, the bottleneck effects are pushing up some prices. Secondly, energy prices, we've seen, even yesterday, they moved all over the place, the gas prices. We don't know where they'll go, but it's much easier to see upside risks than downside risks. And third, and I think one which is very different from the past 20, 30 years, is that the political risks are also much stronger. There's real pressure now to boost public spending, but not to raise taxes to finance it.
Do you consider yourself a filmmaker, a historian, an educator?
Well, you know, the biggest thing is that I'm a filmmaker, and that means I tell stories. And the way a painter might choose to work in oil as opposed to watercolors, I choose to work in history.
The growth story in cannabis remains very strong, even after the sort of loosening of the pandemic. There was a worry that there might be wallet spend competition, but so far the cannabis sector seems to be holding up very strong.
It is time now for Stock of the Hour. Zillow, they're long houses and taking the rest of the year off, though, from buying any more while it whittles down its record inventory. Bloomberg's Dave Wilson has the story. What's going on, Dave?
Well, I mean, you have to remember, Taylor, Zillow started out as a real estate information site. And then 3 years ago, it moved into what they call iBuying, basically, taking their appraisals, buying houses, fixing them up, and then reselling them. They actually paused that business last year when the pandemic kicked in for a couple months. Now they're pausing again. And they've been on a roll. Look at the second quarter, 3,800 homes purchased, twice the number that they had bought in the first quarter. So, they're spending all this money, making about 5.8% return on their sales in the second quarter. They still got more than 3,000 homes to deal with. So it becomes a matter now of focusing on doing that business. Because, if you're going to resell a house and fix it up, there are a couple of things you got to have to fix it up. One is people to do it, and the other is the materials. And both have been in relatively short supply lately. And, the company acknowledged that. It's what they called a labor and supply constrained economy. That's the issue. So they've decided to deal with it by holding off for now. And you can understand it because, it isn't just that you've seen them buy so many more houses. They've been taking on a whole lot more debt to do it. A couple of bond sales in the last few months. They're now over $3 billion in liabilities. That's a whole lot more than they had, just a few quarters ago. So they're trying to figure out how to deal with the situation at this point.
Dave, it's interesting. The two big issues that you mentioned, labor and lumber, let's call it, not a Zillow alone issue. It's something that we've been talking about all the time. What are the rivals to Zillow saying as well about those impacts on them?
Well, one thing that's interesting there, Taylor, we haven't heard a lot from companies like Opendoor or OfferPad, but it turns out that as Zillow shares were falling today, those stocks were rising. Now, if you look at the year to date, it's a bit of a different story. Nonetheless, look at it this way. If Zillow's on the sidelines through the end of the year, that's one potential competitor out of the market. So maybe if people decide to go the iBuying route, Opendoor and OfferPad can maybe make better deals because they don't have to deal with Zillow perhaps outbidding them.
Bloomberg's Dave Wilson keeping us honest on all things Zillow and Romaine. That certainly has been a big story that we're watching here within the markets. You guys having fun out there yet?
Yeah, we're having a lot of fun. Look, all the heavy hitters are out here. This is basically one of the biggest...
Apart from Taylor.
Apart from Taylor. But look, this is one of the biggest in-person events we've had in the investment industry basically since the pandemic started. There's a lot of excitement there, Taylor. You laugh, but look, Dan Barkley, he's just right off stage. He's going to come here. He's going to tell you all you want to know about capital markets. Of course, he is CEO of BMO Capital Markets. He's going to be here live, of course, from the Milken Global Institute, talking about sustainability, talking about getting back to work, talking about some of the deals, SPACs, Taylor.
Deal making at its whether deal making is happening right here, right now. That's the idea of this event, right?
Yeah, that's the whole idea of these conferences. We'll have that just in a moment. Live from Los Angeles, this is Bloomberg.
At the low point of the Greek economic debacle, what were you thinking about to make Greece recover as it has?
Well, Tom, we took over in July 2019 with a very clear mandate to make the economy grow again. We were hit by the pandemic, but we still managed to implement very significant reforms, and I think we used the fiscal room that was available to us to support the real economy. We're very encouraged by the recent data. The economy grew 16.2% in the second quarter of this year. We revised revised our forecasts upward to 5.9%, and this may be a pessimistic forecast for 2021. We see lots of interest for foreign direct investment by American companies, European companies. We're making big progress in digitizing the state. We have a very ambitious green transition plan. And overall, I think the mood in the country after 10 years of crisis has significantly changed.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
You're watching Bloomberg Markets to Close today, a special live edition from Beverly Hills, California at the Milken Institute Global Conference. Business and investment leaders, of course, taking environmental action. It's something we talk about a lot now, more than ever before, as companies try to balance sustainability goals. Joining us right now to talk about that and a whole lot more, BMO Capital Markets CEO Dan Barkley, 27 years of investment banking experience. Dan, great to see you. Great to see you in person.
That's great. Well, thank you for both having me. It's great to be here.
Absolutely. Welcome back to the conference here. Let's start and talk about just the ability to see people in person. Your business is sort of built on client engagement. We're not quite out of the pandemic. We're not quite out of getting all back to work here. Where do you stand right now over at BMO?
Yeah, so one of the things that I love about this is that we're actually getting together. We do about 150 conferences a year at BMO, and they've all been virtual, even up till now. We've had a couple that didn't launch quite right. We couldn't get the right audience in the right place. And so to come down here and see this many people all engaged, all activated live, like it's very invigorating.
Invigorating. What are the conversations that are being had at the moment? What do you think people want to question? Are they here to make deals? Are they here to wring their hands about inflation? What do they want?
One of the great things about Milken is it's an exchange of ideas, and you're not here just to do a deal. You're really here to take whatever knowledge base you have and move it a little bit further. And so I was on a panel this morning, and I can tell you I picked up some really great insights from the 4 people we were with, and the way that they're thinking about sustainability, live in action, and what they're doing to make change happen today. And some of those stories I hadn't heard before. So it was great insight.
Talk to us kind of about the state of the capital markets. Particularly, we've seen a lot of M&A activity, a lot of public offerings, and of course a lot of private equity deals as well. When you look at the health, as a whole of capital markets right now, where does it stand?
I would say the capital markets today are in the end of the robust phase, right? We go through cycles over time, and today it is at its strongest, right? M&A is very strong, equity is strong, credit spreads are down, interest rates are down, and fears in the marketplace are actually quite low. I think we're in a transition period. It feels over the last couple of weeks that people are starting to reevaluate whether that future is simple and clean, or if we've actually got some headwinds coming our way, whether that's inflation, whether it's commodity prices, whether it's the pace of the economic recovery. And so I think those are live conversations in the markets today, and we're going to watch those over the next few weeks.
How real are those fears? When you heard the bank earnings last week, Jamie Dimon was saying it's the media that's actually sensationalizing the inflation issue, the supply chain issue. Is it, or are you worried about those things?
Yeah, I would say that we are thoughtful about them today. I don't like the word worried, because I think when you're running a markets business, you adapt to what the markets are doing. And so today we're watching those issues. Particularly for me, inflation, I think, is the unknown. Is it transitory? Is there real core inflation? Supply chain issues should, in theory, get fixed, but they don't feel fixed today.
Are clients worried about it?
Yes. All good investing clients worry about everything all the time.
Yes.
Right. That's what allows them to make money. Is they think about risk, they think about opportunity, and balance those two things. And so, these are on their mind today.
It's been interesting, though, that you've been here on a panel discussing sustainability, ESG focus. In some ways, sustainability is getting the raw end of the deal when we're all talking about supply chain issues, energy crisis. Some are saying, look, it's the transition. That's why renewable investing hasn't been enough to offset some of the lack of investment in oil and gas. Is that the right perspective to have?
Yes, it is. I think that one of the dynamics whenever we go through big change, someone today said the sustainability or the climate revolution is the same as the industrial revolution. And with that amount of change, you're going to have periods when it's in balance and periods where it gets out of balance. The energy question in the next few months is going to be one of those that's out of balance.
But with regards to how some of these new investments are being pitched, there's a lot of concerns about the transparency and knowing sort of not only what the ESG factors are, but making sure that there's sort of a transparent way of assessing whether those goals are being met. How do you do that?
So I think one of the things that I commented in my comments today that I'm actually really excited about is this concept of data and transparency and comparability. And so today when someone gets out and talks about how they're doing in ESG, they're actually defining their own framework. And when they're all different, you get into a conversation about, is it the same, is it fair, where are we going? There's lots of work going into standards, lots of work going into data, and when we get to a place where they are comparable, we'll all have a better sense of that. It's going to take years, by the way. It's not going to happen this quarter.
But Europe's already trying. Right here, right now, they're setting standards, and it's actually impacting global investors with their marketing within Europe. Is it making you change the way in which you market some of your ESG investments?
I would say when we think about it as a principle, as a bank, right, we look at that as a win, not as a challenge, and that having those places where we have standardization, and you can look at all kinds of things across society where standardization actually creates the thread of innovation and change. And so what the Europeans are doing is trying to accelerate the conversation. I live up in Toronto, so mostly in Canada. We're trying to adapt as fast as we can. And when I think about our corporate clients, I don't know a single corporate client that isn't having this conversation in the boardroom. Right? They're all there today thinking about how do they transition what works for their company and their stakeholders.
Are you seeing a major difference between Canada and the U.S. in their approach?
No, it's just different stages of the journey, right? Europe's ahead of the rest of us, right? Canada's been trying to catch up. U.S. is now catching up. And really what you have is when you've got someone who is the pioneer, as the fast follower, you get to accelerate quicker. So the U.S. now is accelerating rapidly in this topic.
There's no threat to the speed of the transition as you see it, with suddenly perhaps, you said there's this ongoing imbalance when we do have these revolutions in the market. At the moment, perhaps renewable investment hasn't been there to offset what is now a bit of a gap in oil and gas. Is there any way when we suddenly get worries about fears or, as you say, thoughtfulness about inflation, thoughtfulness about some of the end pullback of stimulus slightly, does that in any way risk the amount of investment?
The real derailer is public policy, right? That's the derailer. So if someone decides that it doesn't exist or they won't facilitate it, that will then slow it down. Right? But otherwise, natural economics are, and I talk about incentives a lot. So if you're a CEO today and you believe in smart transition, you're out looking at different things to do, and what they typically do is they actually cut your costs, right? And so all of a sudden, what you've done is I wanted to do good, and now my business is stronger, it's producing more cash flow. This is a great idea, so I'm going to do more of that. And that's the cycle I see today. I call it the incentive cycle or the virtuous circle.
But public policy is obviously going to be a big part of this, whether we want it to be or not. How do you, I guess, bridge that gap? How do you have a relationship here with the government in a way that we get what we want? Or what we need?
So I would say as a financial institution, we always constructively engage, right? It doesn't matter who's in power. We have to have good relationships on what we think is smart policy. And so we activate around smart policy, and obviously there's that for the financial industry, but we also now activate around our clients. Once upon a time we had a very narrow band of who we thought a stakeholder is. Today we have a very broad band of what our stakeholders are, and that we need to advocate for those stakeholders.
Dan, it's been so good speaking to you. Loving the no-tie long hair policy, post-COVID policy, he tells us. Go Dan Barclay's wife, who's insisted on no haircuts. BMO, Capital Markets CEO. What a thoughtful conversation. Taylor.
Caroline, I'm a little upset. First of all, great interview. I should compliment you on that. But also, you haven't asked me about Bitcoin today. I hear that the ProShares ETF is going to start trading tomorrow. We had a wild ride of Bitcoin, Taylor.
Yeah, let's just give it to us here.
You had a wild ride over the weekend. We're trying to hold on to 61,800 as we get in anticipation of that ETF that we know is coming tomorrow. Back into some of the traditional assets, of course, that we talk about. It is all about technology over everything else. That is the New York FANG index up about 2%. Crude, as we mentioned, settled a little bit higher, and it is a stability in the 10-year bond market. A 158.26 is the print. We're counting you down to the close. This is Bloomberg.
extremely thankful. They don't know what to say. Again, they can't even fathom that they're out of Afghanistan. They're still in a state of shock and can't believe it.
What we have built through this process is essentially a mechanism for getting oppressed women and girls out of Afghanistan. So we're actually going to circle up and see what resources we have left, to see what options we have left, what mechanisms we have left, and actually look at potentially trying to get more women and girls out of the country as well.
We've been through a lot, us as a team. I know sleepless nights, but you know what? There's nothing more satisfying than knowing that you've saved many lives, and will continue to support these girls on their missions.
Dealing with the public health crisis, we have a lot of factors to take into account. It could not be just a single factor of a financial center. But coming back to financial center, I think Bloomberg knows better than everybody that we are doing very well.
Every Friday with 30 minutes dedicated to fixed income, I'm Jonathan Ferro. This is Bloomberg Real Yield.
I'm Mark Crumpton with Bloomberg's First Word News. The death of former U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell following a breakthrough COVID-19 infection is shining a high-profile spotlight on what has been a rare phenomenon. Powell died at age 84 from COVID-19 complications today, despite being fully vaccinated. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, data show that of the more than 187 million people who had been fully vaccinated in the U.S. as of October 12th, about 7,100 or 0.004% died from a breakthrough infection. On Capitol Hill, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is running out of time to break a deadlock among his fellow Democrats over President Biden's multi-trillion-dollar economic plan. He's facing a major policy challenge and hardball tactics by Republican leader Mitch McConnell. If he can break the deadlock, that would pave the way for the House to clear a separate bipartisan infrastructure bill. The Biden administration is asking the U.S. Supreme Court to block the Texas law banning most abortions while the fight over the measure's validity plays out in the courts. The law has been in effect since September, aside from a district court-ordered pause that lasted just 48 hours and bans abortions, before some women know they're pregnant. The Texas measure is the nation's strictest abortion law. Russia is keeping a tight grip on Europe's energy market, opting against sending more natural gas to the continent. That despite assurances from President Vladimir Putin that the country was ready to consider any steps necessary to stabilize the market. Gazprom, Europe's biggest supplier, doesn't plan to send more gas via key transit routes through Ukraine next month. Europe is already facing soaring energy costs. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg.
The most crucial moments in the trading day. This is Bloomberg Markets The Close with Caroline Hyde, Romaine Bostick, and Taylor Briggs.
We are counting you down to the close. Just 1 hour left in trading, and we are live from the Milken Institute Global Conference for a very special edition of Bloomberg Markets The Close. I'm Caroline Hyde.
A very special Beverly Hills edition. I'm Romaine Bostick.
And now let's get a check-in on what's happening in terms of the markets, because Taylor, you are holding in down the fort in New York.
You know, I am doing my best, but I am missing you guys. Great interviews, I know, to come, of course, from where you are in LA. In the meantime, we do it as we always do at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Let's take a look at where we are in terms of a sector level for this market, trying to hold on to where we are in terms of the highs of the session. But I have to say it does look a little bit defensive. It's technology firmly in the lead, followed by real estate. So perhaps some of those bond proxies are leading today, though you do have utilities at the bottom of the screen. There is overall a little bit more red than there is green, except for when you take a look at some of the movers. I've managed to find some green on the screen, Caroline. I'm starting. This one is for you. It is Coinbase. Shares are up about 4.5%, all ahead of some of the perhaps maybe that ProShares ETF that tracks Bitcoin futures that we are waiting for to launch tomorrow. Disney, I've read two great research notes about this company. Investors a little bit nervous that they've lost some market share when it comes to the streaming platform. State Street was out with earnings better than expected, third quarter results. And finally, Tesla. We're going to get earnings from Tesla later this week. Investors thinking that, as we heard from Adam Jonas and Morgan Stanley last week, they are managing the supply chain crisis perhaps better than some of their competitors. Caroline.
Chips and ships, Taylor. It's all anyone wants to talk about here as well. The inflationary pressure within that. Is it transitory? Is it longer term? What's the new one you're saying? Episodic.
Episodic. That's Raphael Bostic, the other Bostic.
The other Bostic, our second favourite Bostic. Meanwhile, though, of course, we were talking to David Hunt, PGIM CEO, just a little bit earlier, and he was talking about really what's driving inflation. Take a listen.
There's at least three different elements of the inflation story. One is a couple of things that are not going away anytime soon. And I would put in that housing, rent, and commodities. And those, I think, people believe are going to be with us at least for the next couple of years. We haven't built enough houses in this country for a decade. It's not going to be solved in 2 years. Then there's a whole set of things like the supply chain, which I think most people believe will actually be solved in the next 24 months. Higher prices will bring in more demand, and we will see those solved.
For what it's worth, he thinks inflation is transitory. Let's get to our next guest and ask if he thinks the same. Stuart Cowes is with us, head of equity derivatives research for UBS. Is the market pricing in at the moment, Stuart, in the world of options, in the world of derivatives, inflation transitory or longer term?
Good afternoon. I think the market's still pricing in a transitory outlook, but I think they're starting to, basically price more upside risk to inflation in that outlook. So I think the base case hasn't changed all that much, but the risks around that base case, I think, have changed pretty significantly. I mean, we here at UBS don't have, core inflation peaking until end of the first quarter of next year. So, there's still a relatively large period where inflation is going to continue to pressure the Fed and pressure markets. And for that reason, I think people are just starting to price the risks more than maybe necessarily a change to the base case outlook.
Well, for those who, Stuart, that haven't actually hedged already, what do you do at this point? You look at the pricing in the derivatives markets right now.
Yeah, look, I mean, from a hedging perspective, I think most people have obviously just been focused on interest rates, commodities to the upside, whether that's, energy equities, things like silver, metals and mining, or just outright owning, oil upside. So I think it's been a mix of things. I think, the challenge we have here, as you were touching on earlier, is, you have inflation accelerating through the first quarter of next year, but you have growth decelerating. So you end up with kind of these two cross currents that are a little bit hard to manage for the market. But on the inflation side, I mean, it's equities, it's the commodity sectors, it's capital goods, and potentially banks if you believe that rates are going to continue to move higher as well.
Talk to us, Stuart, then about that rate move. It was really interesting in your note. I've been hinting a little bit about stagflation, and usually all the guests pause because it is such a bad word. But your note was interesting when it talked about the composition of the Y, the break-evens relative to real yields not moving. What is that telling you about stagflation or not?
Yeah, I mean, that is your sort of stagflation recipe, I guess. Granted, it was only 1 week, but, having real yields decline at a time when break-evens continue to rise, obviously, is what you would expect stagflation to look like from a rates perspective. That's not our base case outlook. Our analysts on the rate side expect nominal yields to move higher and the yield curve to steepen as well, which is the opposite of what happened last week. So, I think this is to some degree people hedging risks, to some degree people debating what's going to go on with the Fed, and frankly, to some degree, just reacting to the data. Not only are inflation break-evens higher, but realized inflation is printed, quite strong, and we've had weak payrolls as well. So, if you were a fan of the word stagflation, you could certainly find reasons to justify it. Again, it's not our base case outlook, but it is sort of what the market behaved like last week.
Stuart, are you seeing any fear in the market at all?
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen some concern in the markets. Heading into September, in particular, skew in the options market was extremely high. Market was pricing a lot of downside risks. We saw a lot of macro accounts kind of reducing risks. And frankly, that was to some degree justified since September was such a poor month for the market. Even with that poor month, though, it in no way, I think, justified the level of pricing. So we've definitely seen, I think by the end of September, I think people were playing for a bit of a rebound. Our view was that earnings was going to be a catalyst to get the markets to recover. We definitely saw, investors trying to play for that. And, frankly, we still think that has legs as we move our way through earnings season. But yeah, skew in the equity market still remains quite elevated. And, in terms of fear, I would say the place we've seen the most hedging would probably be in large cap tech. And that is certainly, on the rate story, without a doubt.
Stuart Kaiser, head of equity derivatives research for UBS. Really appreciate your time there and your perspective. And Caroline, we can sort of parlay that conversation into valuations, into hedging, into, some of the activity that we've seen within the M&A market, because it actually folds into this really interesting story. The 60-day rolling average of M&A deals, which is what we're showing here, we're near some of the highs that we have seen. We heard this, Caroline, from a lot of the banks last week. Deal making just continues to be on a boom. How much of this continues as we continue to see more and more highs on these equity markets?
All right, let's get right to our next guest. He's sitting here patiently with us. Matt Nord joining us right now, co-lead of private equity, of course, over at Apollo Global Management. Matt, thanks for being patient with us. Welcome to Milken.
It's great to be here.
Absolutely. I mean, you are getting out of the house. I would think that's good for you. I would think that's good for your clients.
Months. Yeah.
Good for 18 months. And you have a relatively new job, a job you took over effectively during the crisis. That couldn't have been easy.
No, I've been with the firm for 18 years. My partner, David Samber, similar amount of time. So we both have grown up at Apollo. And yes, we were promoted about 2.5 years ago, right before the crisis. And I think all the discipline that we've maintained all of these years, because what we try to do is buy great companies, put less debt on them, help them grow, meant that we were able to withstand the shock really well. And so not only were we able to play defense, but we were able to play offense. We've committed 75% of our capital out of Fund 9. We're marked at a 49% gross IRR. So there have been challenges, but we're performing great.
Talk to us about the discipline when you're wanting to put on less leverage, when you're, though, seeing a wall of cash, money running, people wanting to lend, maybe in the private markets more than in the public markets or from the banks at the moment. Why put on less leverage?
Because our whole philosophy is to buy good companies at lower prices, a fundamentally better risk reward. And so it's not always fun. There is this momentum trade that has really generated returns for growth. But over 31 years, we've generated a 39% gross IRR. So we're not sacrificing returns, right? We're fundamentally having a better risk reward because it's a better returns, less debt.
No one can quibble with the returns Apollo has seen, but when I hear you describe what is effectively a fundamental bottom-up type value trade, I would think a lot of people would look at that and say, why not chase after the more growthier opportunities? Why not?
So you have to think about what private equity is supposed to be. We're not supposed to generate or target returns quarter to quarter. We're supposed to buy good companies, have great management teams run them, and build value over the longer term. And so for us, that's always been our approach, to really create value for the longer term.
You've deployed, in excess of $10 billion?
Correct.
In the 12 months running to June 2021.
Right.
Is that the sort of discipline as well, or do you think that money will accelerate, perhaps, as we see more volatility in the market, more dislocations? Will you be able to put more money to work? Or?
So within our flagship private equity business, we do corporate carve-outs, buyouts, and distressed. And I think what the last 2 years highlights is the benefit of that flexibility. So if you rewind the clock, kind of 2019, a lot of take-private transactions, that's where we were seeing the best opportunities. During the lockdown, we shifted very quickly to distress. We put $4 billion to work in distressed opportunities. And then as the market rebounded and the economy rebounded, we've really pivoted towards corporate carve-outs and take-private transactions again.
You're obviously at the top of your industry, but it is much more competitive than what it was when you started a couple decades ago. A lot more players in this. Go back and talk about how difficult it is to secure some of these deals when you're up against a Warren Buffett, when you're up against,
some of your other competitors, Blackstone?
Right. So I think we have a very differentiated model, and we talk about trading complexity for value. And so when I think about the scale of our financial resources with Fund 9, that overlap of large and creative or large and complicated is a fundamentally less competitive part of the market.
Okay. But you still found yourself going up against Warren Buffett. And you won in that battle, in fairness.
Right. So a little bit of history. We did do the tech data. Take private. That was Thanksgiving of 2019.
And then M&A since then.
Correct. And so that's a great example where we signed the deal Thanksgiving. We closed in June of last year. So the most kind of difficult part of COVID and the lockdown was that period in between signing and closing. We worked with the management team to protect the business. We worked with the management team to protect employees. We never wavered from our commitment to the transaction. If anything, it really forged our relationship with the CEO. And then we got such a good start because of that fundamental approach that you referenced. We had such momentum that we were able to discuss the merger of Tech Data and Synex, which we completed earlier this year. We created TD Synex, #1 player globally in IT distribution. And again, I think that's a classic example of what we can do with our resources and our creativity.
And how long do you keep skin in the game? I mean, because you still, with that combined unit.
We still own 45% of the company. I think in general, Tech Data may be a little different, but in general, we still target holding investments for about 4 to 6 years on average.
And can I follow up? When you were just saying, now you're thinking about carve-outs that much more.
Right.
When do we go back to the distressed opportunities? Because we're starting to talk of the Fed pulling back on stimulus. Do we start to see some of these zombie companies actually get into distress, actually have an issue?
It's so interesting you mentioned that because I love talking about that stat. 20% of the S&P 500 last year were zombie companies, which is hard to believe. And so what we are seeing is that companies want to shed assets, narrow their focus, pay down debt.
So we saw Verizon do, for example.
Correct, when we acquired Yahoo from Verizon. And so we've been a partner of choice in these large, complicated corporate carve-out transactions. And so I think there's going to be opportunities for that. And then I think other equity solutions, creative opportunities, given the amount of leverage in the system.
Matt, really great to see you. Great to see you in person. Welcome back to Milken.
Yeah, thank you so much. Pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. Matt Nord there, Apollo Global Management, co-lead of private equity. Taylor, back to you.
Great interview, as always, you two. Make sure to stay with us because coming up, we're going to continue to bring you the conversation with some of the best and brightest minds at this year's Milken Institute Global Conference, including Mo Megji, managing partner at M3 Partners, his insight on restructurings in the retail industry, and why he says SPACs are here to stay. And Rishi Kapoor, co-CEO of Investcorp, getting his insight on the firm's private equity businesses in North America and India. All that and so much more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
BSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsor, Bank of America.
We are counting you down to the closing bell. Just about 40 minutes until the close. Wanting to get you a check on where we are in the market. It's interesting. We're trying to hold on to the highs of the day that we've seen within the technology index. We're up about 0.8%. Financials and energy had been the big leaders of the day. This is when yields at least were pushing higher. Some of that, though, has reversed in the afternoon, where you're now seeing financials pulling off some of those earlier highs because you're getting some stability within the bond markets, particularly as you can see there on the long end of the curve. Yields are down about 3 basis points or so on the 30-year. And then the VIX. And I want to bring in Abigail Doolittle for Options Insight, as you do every time at this hour, to talk to us, because the VIX is a low, a 16 handle. And yet, where are we in terms of the volatility that we've seen of late in the markets?
Well, it's super interesting, Taylor, because last Friday was monthly expiration for single stocks. And typically today would be a 1% move up or down. We're clearly not seeing that. I think some of it has to do with Stuart Kaiser over at UBS saying investors, traders put so much protection on in the month of September that it was a non-event, and now it's coming off. But let's talk more about this with Dan Passarelli over at markettaker.com. And Dan, great to have you with us as always. And it's so interesting because post-pandemic, the Friday after the monthly expiration, as I was just mentioning to Taylor, usually a 1% move up or down. Prior to 2019, it was actually a 2% move. Here we are on the New York FANG index, that NYSE index. We have a pretty large move of greater than 1%, but otherwise pretty small moves. Is it because there was too much hedging done in September and now investors are sort of like much ado about nothing?
Yeah, Abigail, I think that could have some to do with it. And when we see markets rising like this, we see some less hedging involved. And so, yeah, that could be part of it. Another thing is we've done a study that shows that a lot of stocks leading up to earnings tend to experience lower volatility.
That's interesting for sure, because we, of course, had great earnings out of the big banks last week, but now so many earnings ahead of us and the big tech names eagerly awaited at the end of the month. You know what has really been on fire, though, Dan, of course, is oil. Oil, hitting new high after high relative to recent trading. And Carly Garner of DeCarlyTrading.com last week was telling us that seasonally oil typically peaks in October. What do you think about that? And do you think that oil going higher is a good thing for stocks, or do you think it actually could be a pressure in a strange way?
Yeah, oil sure has been sort of on fire lately, and it looks like it's got legs and can continue on. I think that at some point when crude gets too high, or too low, but in this case too high, it does start having an adverse effect on stocks, and so that's something we have to watch out for.
And is that because of the very inflation pressure that everyone is talking about, or is there something, a divergence between two different risk assets? What is the exact problem there?
Right. It's the inflation pressures, and with the, with just the supply chain having issues as well, that plays into that. And so, it's something that we want to watch as far as a macroeconomic bit of information.
For sure. And, I'm taking a look at the OVX, or the oil VIX, and it is super high relative to the VIX at 35, and it still is in a string of higher lows, telling you that some oil traders may expect some bigger volatility there. What do you think that means for oil, and then in turn for stocks? And of course, Halliburton, I believe, is reporting tomorrow. Any ideas what happens there?
Right. The OVX is at about 35 or so right now. And that's slightly low for the past year. It's about the 35th percentile. However, that said, that measures the implied volatility of USO, and the actual volatility of USO is in the 15th percentile. So what that really means is that though OVX is a little bit lower than it's been, it's still arguably showing overpriced options in oil in general.
And then very quickly, Dan, Halliburton tomorrow, any thought on what the options are saying about what that report might hold?
Right. In Halliburton, the options are pricing in roughly about a 3.5% move. Now, past moves in Halliburton have been kind of all over the place, from a low of about a 0.2% gap to as high as a 9% gap. So it's kind of midland, and I'm sort of waiting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. They're expected to put up in about 27 cents, which is huge year-over-year growth. Dan Passarelli of MarketTaker.com. Thanks so much for joining us for Options Insight today. Taylor, back to you.
And Abigail, thank you as always. Stay with us. Coming up, we're going to take you back to the Milken Institute Global Conference for a conversation with Mo Megji, managing partner at M3 Partners, why he's focused on SPACs. This is Bloomberg.
Such an interesting new world.
The world is changing.
For us, it's not about being first, it's about being the best.
While everyone is zigging, we're zagging.
We feel like we can maybe help people out more.
We have an enormous number of big ideas.
There's always a balance between the free speech and being responsible and taking down content that we think could lead to some kind of real world harm.
I think that it's hard to put your head around any narrative. Let's just be honest. We've had sort of a shift in, are we in some sort of stagflation fears moment? People were talking about that all day yesterday.
I think it's all very much in flux after the pandemic. Of course, has had great effects on inequality, and it's had such an unequal impact on different parts of the labor market.
You know, Caroline, Muni Moment is your favorite segment on the show. And because I've been speaking with Mario Cordero of the Port of Long Beach so much on Muni Moment, I hear you're also focusing on supply chains later this week.
Stealing your guests as well. Everything's a Muni Moment, Taylor. You say it a day in, day out. But the supply chain issues are a Muni Moment. They're actually a global moment. The global issues, supply chain issues persist. We're going on the road. We're leaving the joyous Beverly Hills Hilton in a few days.
To the Port of Long Beach.
All
See
the
how they treat
glamour.
us?
Yeah.
But we're doing it for a very specific reason.
To find your
here.
sofa, right?
Right. No. We're like hound dogs. We're going to find out what's going on with the supply chain here. Of course, we're starting out here in Beverly Hills. We're going to take it all the way to the Port of Long Beach, going to find out what's going on with the cars, furniture, whatever else is out on those containers. And we're going to talk about, the rail links.
look at technology, how should we be looking at big banks and technology?
Technology is our friend. So it's helping us transform the bank fundamentally. And in fact, we're speaking, I think, as we speak, to our shareholders around what we've done and how we've transformed the bank. We also see technology and technology companies as partners. So some
not
of our
rivals.
We know that there are big parts of what have been our business historically that will be absorbed into convenience platforms. And by convenience platforms, whether that's Amazon or Facebook or Alibaba or Tencent or something like that, those are platforms that are just very convenient for people to conduct their day-to-day financial affairs. And it'd be very difficult for a bank to compete with that. Now, in some cases, I'd say, let's say in Africa, we are setting up a competing platform to the convenience platforms. And we're working with technology companies and mobile telephony companies and others to create a platform of our own. But for the most part, we're going to be playing on somebody else's platform.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
The most crucial moments in the trading day. This is Bloomberg Markets, The Close, with Caroline Hyde, Romaine Bostick, and Taylor Briggs.
Live from the Milken Institute Global Conference, this is a very special edition of Bloomberg Markets, The Close.
She's Caroline Hyde. I'm Romaine Bostick. We got about a half an hour left. I never know what's going on. I stopped going to these meetings a long time ago. But look, we got Taylor Riggs. Look, we got a lot of interviews coming up right here at Milken, live in Beverly Hills at the Beverly Hilton. But we want to go back to New York real quick, where Taylor Riggs was so gracious to stay behind and give us a market update.
The good news is I go to the meetings, so I know what the markets are doing, and I'm trying my best to kill it on the movers, Romaine, so that I can always have your approval. Let's start with the IMAP, as always, as we usually do. We're getting a little bit of an improvement here, right? A little bit more 50-50 when it comes to green and red. A little bit more green. It's discretionary. It's technology, up about 0.5 to 1/8 of 1%. We talked a lot about Tesla earlier. Apple as well is helping to push the NASDAQ 100 to near the session highs. Let's talk about Apple. They unveiled what? I think AirPods, right? A new computer with some of those M1 chips, really trying to isolate some of the chips that they're moving. So Apple, of course, is up more than 1%. Pinterest is interesting. They had their price target lowered at Credit Suisse, citing concerns about some of the growth trends that we've seen. To the downside, you have Snap. They actually had a price target increased to $90 a share from $88, saying that they can actually really deliver some annual revenue growth of more than 50%. And finally, Caroline, we don't go to the moon, but we try to go to space when it comes to Virgin Galactic, coming out with a sell from a neutral from UBS, saying that there are some concerns when they're delaying more of these flights that we see, Caroline.
Keeping us up to speed with the big movers. Let's get it back to the Milken Institute Global Conference right here, right now. We're going to have a conversation about what opportunities in retail restructuring that are kind of thin on the ground and where, therefore, some of the opportunities are in the great world of special purpose acquisition companies. Mohsen Meghshu's with us, managing partner at M3 Partners. He's led some of the most significant financial restructurings that you'll have heard of in recent years. Just think of Sears, Barney's, JCPenney, Neiman Marcus, to name a few. But, Mo, as we know, perhaps there's a wall of cash, perhaps people are spending, retail sales look good. How much restructuring opportunities, shall we say, are there at the moment in retail?
It's been one of the slowest years for restructurings off the back of all the federal government stimulus that's happened in 21 post-COVID. The first few months of the year, there was a tale of activity. The last few months have been extremely slow for the restructuring industry.
Do you anticipate at all that there would be a pickup, particularly when a lot of people are looking at the Fed? They're saying, okay, a taper is coming, maybe some sort of normalization of monetary policy next year here. Does that improve the prospects for restructuring?
Yeah, I think that's certainly what I expect. So if you step back and look at this, there's been massive stimulus that's gone into the system. Consumers have had a lot of money to spend. So a lot of these GDPs circa 6% this year. I think as the growth kind of normalizes post-COVID over the next couple of years. And when you factor in that a lot of companies, weak companies, took on a lot of debt through COVID, we think there'll be a little bit more activity.
Well, but I mean, you talk about the fiscal stimulus. I mean, there's trillions more potentially coming down the pipe, at least if the president gets his way here. I would think that might actually prolong the situation.
That's certainly possible, and it's really a question of, you know, how that shakes out. But as I look at this, we think there'll be a period of time after 21. Now, whether it's a year or two, we don't know. But there'll be a period of time where some of the leverage that's been taken on by, I'd say, number 5, 6, 7 competitors in an industry, there'll be a day of reckoning there. So I don't expect a massive downturn or a recession, but I certainly expect an increase in activity for us.
Opportunity for you. Who gets hurt in that situation?
In those situations, I think, look, the issues will be the weaker companies in any industry will need to figure out what they do. If the M&A market's strong, they'll get acquired. There'll be consolidation. If they're absolutely unsustainable, even when the economy is strong, then they'll go out of business.
You're consulting, though, right? You might not be actually active within the world of restructuring, but people are coming to you for advice. Are companies coming to you for advice as to whether they should be looking for acquisition opportunities to sell themselves?
So it's interesting you say that. So we've pivoted from restructuring to what we call performance improvement. So we are working with large companies who have either divisions or segments that need some profit improvements, some fine-tuning on strategy. And then obviously the M&A boom has created an opportunity to do transaction advisory and other integration work for when companies do acquisitions.
I want to talk to you a little bit here about SPACs and kind of the big boom that we saw. It subsided a little bit here. You were out early on this, relatively early, with regards to embracing SPACs. When you look at where we stand right now and the idea that some of these deals really haven't sort of made good on what they promised to do, how does that shake out with regards to what's in the pipeline?
So that's a great question. I think, look, what you had was SPACs were this unloved vehicle when I did my first SPAC in 2016, 2018. I was going to use some other language, but
should we say unloved? Now they're unloved.
and over the past year, frankly, I was blown away at how fast they've picked up and how much of a boom there was. I think SPACs as an asset class are here to stay, I believe. But I think you'll see there's this maturity wall over the next 18 months of close to 150 billion of capital that needs to be utilized. And I think some of those will not make it. But I think there are still some companies out there that could be public. We're actually, when you look at how difficult the de-SPAC process has become, our Brigade Capital, who's our partner on our SPAC business, and I are looking at potentially raising a fund because there's just so much opportunity to go and raise money for pipes and pick out some very good companies.
Will those companies come at the right price point right now? Are valuations such that there are opportunities, or are valuations overblown right now?
Look, it's a mixed bag. We just announced a deal a month and a half ago of a company called Cineverse from our second SPAC, which we'd raised in March. We were fortunate enough to have 2 acquisition targets that accepted our bid within 90 days of raising the SPAC. So clearly there's an appetite for companies to go public. And
with you, I guess, is there something that you're offering that others aren't?
Look, we're approaching this as a business, as an institutionalized sort of team. So we've partnered up with Brigade, who provides a lot of capital. They invested $150 million into our de-SPAC process, for instance. We've also got an operational team at M3 that can help companies post de-SPACing. So we think we're coming in with a complete package, which should be very attractive, which is finding the right target, finding the right capital, and then providing any operational support that we need.
Well, great to have you here. Are you making deals here, or is it just all about ideas this week?
I'm here to make deals too. Thank you.
You heard it there. Mo Megji, managing partner at M3 Partners. All right, coming up next, right here on Bloomberg, we're going to start counting you down to the closing bell, as we always do. Special coast-to-coast edition from New York to L.A. Krishna Mamani, Chief Investment Officer over at Lafayette College, going to be joining the big program. Don't go anywhere. Live from Beverly Hills, this is Bloomberg.
There was something wrong with her eye. And when I had a look, it looked like she was blind. The vet that she's registered with were only doing telephone appointments, which was a bit pointless because she really needed to be seen by someone. And I couldn't get one anyway for like another week. I was just quite worried about, you know, the complications of leaving it for so long.
We've seen millions more animals becoming pets in the past year due to the people having increased time at home. What we're also finding is due to Brexit that we're having decreased numbers of European vets working over here. So unfortunately, we're unable to meet that current demand for pet services. Also, COVID's got the inevitable impact with people having to self-isolate.
It is very limited what we can diagnose, so it's more about peace of mind and determining whether they do need to be seen in person.
How did you make the decision to move to the Bahamas of all the options out there?
We've been looking at the Bahamas for a while. They're one of the first countries to roll out any comprehensive regulation for cryptocurrencies, which we think is extremely important for the space and a really positive sign.
We are counting you down to the close. Less than 18 minutes to go on a special bi-coastal edition of Bloomberg Markets to Close. My colleagues, of course, out in Los Angeles. I'm here in New York counting you down. And frankly, we have to go back to some of these equity markets near the highs of the day. It's Tesla, it's Apple, it's big tech. Back on top, you're up 0.8%. Interesting, though, as yields have sort of stabilized or come down on the long end, as you can see with the 30-year yield, financials are also switching from gains to some losses, as we've seen. And the VIX index is very stable. You heard earlier from Abigail that typically after a Friday expiration date, you'd see some volatility. It is a very stable equity and bond market. And that is where we start with Krishna Mamani, Chief Investment Officer for Lafayette College. And Krishna, start there with us, as of course you're going to be sticking with us to the closing bell. The stability in the bond market, is that confirming that things are under control, or are you worried about some volatility underneath the surface?
Well, so I think things are at the economy level, things are far from stable in the sense that inflation concerns are as dominant today as they have been. And that's probably likely to be the case for at least the next 3-6 months because of all the things that are already in the pipeline. For example, used car prices, rental prices, healthcare, all of these will keep inflation high. So as long as inflation remains the bugaboo, bond market may seem tranquil, but it can change pretty quickly.
Well, Krishna, I mean, you look at some of the increases that we've seen in inflation, you look at some of the moderation that we're seeing now in growth, and then you get that dreaded S word that some people are trotting out there, stagflation. Does that apply in this environment?
So, it's kind of strange that people are talking about stagflation when we probably have the highest nominal growth rate and highest real growth rate in decades. So I don't get the stagflation part. I get the inflation part. Inflation, in my view, is probably going to be transitory. And a whole bunch of things that drove inflation here, I think the most important thing in that regard is the fiscal impulse. Fiscal impulse is slowing down, and that's already baked in the cake. So by this time next year, growth rate is going to be meaningfully lower because of that slowdown or that removal of the fiscal impulse. So, clearly things are going to slow down, but we are still going to be north of 2%. Stagflation, I don't know how they come up with that. Inflation, yes. Stagflation, absolutely not.
We've got about a minute left, Krishna. What about some of the supply chain issues, the impact, the labor shortage, the fact that that will dent the growth expectations that we had for 2021? Is that not a concern?
Well, no, it is definitely a concern. But I think, as I said before, fiscal impulse is really what matters. And fiscal impulse is already baked in the cake. By this time next year, we are talking about 2 and 2 in 22, far more than 5 and 5 as we had in 21.
Krishna Mamani, CIO for Lafayette College, going to be sticking with us to the closing bells, of course, as we count you down to just about 15 minutes from that closing bell. We take a look, as we always do with these equity markets. Interesting, when we think about being green on the screen here, it doesn't feel very broad-based, particularly in the S&P, when you only have 221 to the upside, 282 to the downside in terms of breadth and the membership. Indeed, because it is big tech. You advance on the New York FANG index up 2%, a big tech index that is firmly leading this rally. Stability within the bond markets. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
They know me as Magnus TV in Facebook since I'm streaming Axie Infinity. Axie Infinity is an NFT game where you can earn tokens, and then that tokens can be converted into pesos. I'm playing almost 4 to 5 hours a day. I'm earning, I can say it's really a lot of money. It can help to sustain my family needs and also to sustain my own business that I'm starting. little bit worried about it because some people who join this Axie Infinity thinking that this is an easy money game, they can earn a lot on this game can sustain their life, and I think that is not the point, or that is not really the game. We are trying now to build a community where other players or my scholars can join this esport, playing Axie Infinity for example, even 5 years I think.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
We are ahead of the US, and we vaccinated 90% first doses. So we are getting a very sharp rebound now because people are getting a safe return to work.
Every Friday with 30 minutes dedicated to fixed income, I'm Jonathan Ferro. This is Bloomberg Real Yield.
This is Countdown to the Close, live from the Milken Institute Global Conference right here in Beverly Hills. I'm Caroline Hyde.
Do I say I'm Romaine Bostic?
Is that?
Okay, I'm Romaine Bostic.
You look way too happy out there. The good news is I got approval from Karen Buchanan to rename our show our Bicoastal Special Edition. So if you guys want to permanently stay out there, we might be able to make it work, though I miss you. And these markets miss you as well. Take a look at Caroline's lines chart that I steal from her, and you firmly see that it is a technology over a Russell 2000 kind of day, even though you had JP Morgan out this morning saying that the shift to some of those cyclicals and the economically sensitive stocks would continue. Today, at least for now, it feels defensive with stability in the bond markets pushing big tech higher. Still with us, of course, Krishna Memani, Chief Investment Officer for Lafayette College. And Krishna, we talked a lot in the last segment about the broad macroeconomics, the supply chains, the inflation. Drill us down into what that means for, well, these equity markets.
So I think in the near term, what you have is the markets still being very fixated with inflation, and growth overall is quite robust. So I think this is a good environment for cyclicals to do well. Not today, notwithstanding. I think given that we probably have seen the bottom ahead of the fourth quarter, based on the price action that we had last week, it looks very good for cyclicals. But don't take cyclicals as a permanent parking spot. Cyclicals will do well in the short term, but by next year, by the middle of next year, it's going to be back to tech as growth slows down, rates stabilize, and inflation fears fade.
Christian, do you therefore trade this market, or indeed do you hold onto the big tech, to the growthier names, and just ride out some of the perhaps underperformance?
Well, so I would still hold on to tech stock. It's really more about if you wanted to take on incremental exposure on a trading basis, where do you go? And I think in the short run, it might be cyclicals. But from a longer term perspective, it is still about tech. By the end of next year, if you're talking about 2% growth rate in the US and inflation coming down meaningfully, it's back to how things were, which is companies that can provide really growth spurt in a growth short environment, which is where we would be by end of next year. I think they do very well, and that's tech rather than cyclicals.
So you got a market that's fixated with domestic issues, fixated with inflation. What about some of the international issues here, Krishna? I mean, just a few weeks ago, everyone was talking about China and Evergrande and the potential for some sort of systemic risk.
Well, so the alleged Lehman moment out of China never materialized, as it was never going to. The real issue is Chinese growth is going to slow down, and it has already slowed down. It can remain at that level unless they take some policy action. And I think they will, and therefore Chinese growth will come back. But the net impact of that in the current environment is going to be the China exports a whole lot more, or at least Chinese exports growth is going to be meaningfully higher in 2022 than where they are today, if they want to maintain that growth rate. And that would mean that U.S. growth as a result is probably going to slow down. So international issues will get resolved, but perhaps not as favorably as we would like them to be.
If growth starts to slow down, though, as you mentioned, how do you fight sort of what other strategists are noting is record allocations still to these equity markets because it's hard to find attractive relative value in the bond markets?
Well, so unless you expect the Fed to increase rates in a meaningful way, where bonds become a worthwhile alternative, I think that case for equities doesn't go away. And I don't think that is going to go away in 2022 or for the next 5 years. So therefore, for anyone looking to earn any level of returns over the next 3, 4, 5 years, returns are going to be lower than what they have been in equities. But equities is really the only place where you can get some return. If not equities, equity beta in some other form.
Talk to us about, Krishna, alternatives, because here at Milken, everyone's discussing sort of alternative asset management, alternative investing. Is that something that you've been dabbling with over at Lafayette College? It's interesting how some of the colleges, some of the sort of big institutional places started to look at, well, dare I even say it, cryptocurrencies, but certainly some of the real estate and the private equity opportunities.
So alternatives certainly is a very attractive area, and endowments clearly have been focused on alternatives for a long time. And we at Lafayette College certainly invest meaningfully in all the alternatives, whether they are hedge funds or whether they are private equity and venture capital and things like that. But at the end of the day, I think for those sectors to do well, overall equity markets have to at least continue to do reasonably well. If equity markets have a significant drawdown, expecting alternatives with significant equity beta to continue to do well away from hedge funds, at least private equity and venture capital and real estate, I think that's an unrealistic expectation. It may not happen immediately, but it'll catch up. Having said that, I think in an environment where you have 2% growth rate and 2% inflation, which is probably going to be the case next year, I think that's a perfect environment for alternatives to continue to grow.
Just quickly here, Krishna, when you look at the potential for maybe Fed normalization, maybe fiscal policy normalization, does that change the dynamic of how you get to 6-7% here for a pension fund, for an endowment in a new environment where maybe that backstop that the market has come to expect for the last decade or so isn't there anymore?
Well, so that's really a very interesting question, because as an endowment, if you're looking to generate 8% type returns, on a forward-looking basis, as opposed to looking back and looking at the spectacular returns that we have had over the last 10, 12 years, I think on a forward return basis, you have to be very worried. We have brought forward a significant amount of those returns, and there's really not much room for policy to get you there. So you will have to take a lot of risk, including equity risk, liquidity risk, and that's how you're going to be generating returns that you need for you to be a perpetual instrument and continue to provide support to the people that you're committed to supporting.
Krishna Mamani, full of the interesting answers to the interesting questions. Chief Investment Officer for Lafayette College. Great to have some time with you. Stay well. Meanwhile, of course, we're counting down just a few minutes to go. And as we build up, it does feel as though oil inflation, even though we see the actual markets pull back a little bit from commodity prices, is still front and center in terms of investors' worries, Kayla.
I think you're 100% right, Caroline. You saw that overnight with New Zealand and Australian bonds up 16 basis points on the session, really pricing in some of that reflationary trade. You're looking at an equity market here trying to hold on to highs of the day. We are moving closer to the closing bell. Full market coverage. It happens right here on Bloomberg. We take you to the bell and beyond.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick, Caroline Hyde, and Taylor Riggs counting you down to the closing bell.
live from Beverly Hills in Los Angeles, California here. Joined now by Carol Massar and Tim Stenevec, who I'm told also out here in Beverly Hills, though I can't actually see them. They're somewhere, I don't know, sequestered in another room. Anyway, this brings together our Bloomberg television, radio, and YouTube audiences. Carol, how you doing?
Yes.
Great, by the way.
We're doing great. What a great event, too. And how wild. I mean, I know I got on a plane for the first time to come out west here, but this is for a lot of the folks at Milken right now. This is the first in-person conference that they've gone to. So it really speaks to you guys when it comes to the economy definitely reopening.
Yeah, that's certainly what we've been hearing from our guests over and over again when we've been speaking to them live in person here is how much they miss the idea of actually physically, Taylor, being somewhere at a conference. Yes, you can do a lot of this over Zoom. You can do some of it over Zoom and virtually, but there's nothing like actually running into people and having those spontaneous conversations.
Yeah, like you said, that's the case of why we're just trying to keep you here in our office as well. Those spontaneous conversations, Tim. It's so fun. Of course, you guys are all out there, but Caroline, we have to get back to these markets as well because we closed actually near the highs of the session, but it was a big tech kind of day. It's Apple. They had an event launching some new products. It was Tesla, right? So it sort of felt like that defensive big tech kind of move day.
And certainly when you looked at early hours trading, when I was landing into LA, there was worries in Asia, inflation, the top concern being looking in New Zealand, China, the data coming weaker than expected. But it's interesting, the S&P 500 manages to grind higher throughout that.
Yeah, and there you are, the live shots in New York, coast to coast here, the clapping, the bell ringing here, counting you down to the closing bell. Looks like it's going to be a down day for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, 3276 and change right now, down about 0.1%. The S&P 500 is going to finish the day in the green, up about 0.3% or 15 points. The NASDAQ composite, that's your outperformer. Some of those big cap tech names really providing a nice little boost here, up about 0.8%, 124 points here. And let's take a look here at the Russell 2000 because, of course, a lot of talk here about those cyclical trades, whether people are willing to re-embrace those trades. And we'll see what those trades look like in just a second. Up about 0.1% here, 2267, up about 2 points right now, Carol.
Yeah, it was interesting when you break down the trade. I mentioned about, for some people, this was the first event that they've done in person, this Milken event, the economy reopening. And we did see that play out in the trade today. Consumer discretionary was up, information technology, communication services. So it does seem that there's some enthusiasm out there, certainly in the trade, even though we saw yields go up, but we did see energy prices move back a little bit, and maybe that provided a little bit of relief when it comes to inflation, guys.
Yeah, you saw a little bit of that relief within the equity markets. For the radio audience, as we do at this time, we're taking a look at the sector winners, the sector losers. Note that there are two sectors in the green, even in the loser section. So you're getting a little bit more broad-based, at least from a sector level. Let's start with some of the winners. It's auto components up 2.2%. A lot of this is Tesla really helping to fuel big tech higher. The retail index and food and staples, Albertsons was also one of those that said, what cost inflation? We're managing margins really well and taking market share. So that is certainly a sector that is up about 1.2%. We migrate quickly down to the bottom as we always do, and it's utilities, it's household products. So a little of the defensives that were on the losing side today, you're off about 1 to 1.3%. But Carol, you really mentioned it when you talked about yields. Oh my goodness. When we woke up overnight, it was what, New Zealand, Australia, up 16 basis points on the 10-year in one session. That triggered a little bit of that here in the U.S. earlier, but then it didn't. You've yields up maybe about 2-3 basis points on the short end. How much of this was a pull forward of some of those rate hike expectations if inflation is proving to be a problem? And then, of course, you saw yields fall on the long end with the 30-year yield down to a 203. You're down about a basis point or so of maybe slower growth, maybe lower inflation longer out if we're not going to tolerate it as much. So it's really interesting. You guys, of course, are down there at Milken on the ground. How much of this inflation and supply chain is filtering in through your conversations?
Well, it's definitely filtering into a lot of conversations. We talked with Barbara Humpton over at Siemens US, and they are definitely dealing with supply chain issues, especially when it comes to semiconductor issues. But I want to mention, because you talked about inflation, and that came up, our colleague Scarlet Food hosted a panel here. David Hunt over at PGIM was on there, president and CEO, and he said, Scarlet surveyed the audience, massive crowd, and said, okay, everybody, how many think that there's transit out there? Nobody in the crowd raised hands. Then she turned to her panel of investment experts, David Hunt among them. How many think that there's transitory? And several of them on the panel raised their hands. So it speaks to a story on the terminal
Hunt,
about
course,
Fed
researchers saying,
listen, folks, it's transitory. What?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about the talking over you there, Carol. But yeah, David, obviously one of the big guests here. Hey, we're going to make do here with the tech issues here. Tim, you just stand there and look pretty. But we also heard from Dan Barkley over at BMO Capital, who actually talked about the same thing. And he talked about this idea here that when clients talk to him, yes, they all want to know about inflation. They're always worried about inflation. And I guess, look, if you got a big portfolio, you're of course going to be worried about inflation. But it's really more now about how do you guide these clients in a way where they sort of prepare for a future where maybe we get to a more normalized state of things.
And Tim, what's interesting is also Momoji we're speaking to at M3 Partners, who feels that, well, at the moment, there is no opportunity for investing in distress, because as we talk about the Federal Reserve pulling back a little bit on stimulus, that's not right here, that's not right now. The zombies continue, and instead he's looking to the SPAC opportunities. It still feels as though everyone's very cautious, troubled about the inflation story, about the growth story, but right now you still have to be investing in where the risk is.
Yeah, I found that really fascinating about what Mo told us as well. And in fact, he's not new to SPACs. I mean, SPACs really increased in popularity in 2020, but they're not anything new. Mo telling us that his first SPAC was back in 2016, and it's still doing pretty well.
Yeah, it is pretty fascinating to see him in terms of the SPACs that he's been in it for a couple of years. He does say that it was a pretty quick cycle in terms of what we've seen. And again, he sees it kind of evolving to where investors are going to be really looking at what the SPAC is investing into, and really understanding the fundamentals of a company and a business rather than just throwing money at maybe misunderstood opportunities.
And while you guys, of course, are speaking to all of those big shots down on the ground, I'm here in New York reading a lot of these analyst research notes that are coming out. An interesting one struck me, Romaine, JP Morgan saying, don't fight that cyclical trade. It starts to get back into some of those economically sensitive trades that are going to do well, even though B of A comes out and says valuations do look a little extreme at these levels. But how do you fight that trade of asset allocators moving into equities if that indeed is the real inflation hedge?
But here's the thing, like everyone we're talking to on the ground here, yes, they bring up a lot of worries about inflation. They bring up a lot of worries about valuation. But at the end of the day, it's a pretty optimistic tone here with regard, at least with regards to capital markets and the folks invested in that. And we know there's obviously a little bit of a disparity between what's going on with capital markets and maybe what's going on the proverbial Main Street. But for the folks here and what they're invested in, for the folks here and what they're watching, overall, it's a relatively positive sentiment.
Particularly when you did get the data coming in lackluster from China, for example. Everyone, stop breaking the wall, Romaine. But for our radio audience, Romaine's trying to get into my box that they see. You're ruining the illusion, the professional illusion that our team put on here. But they are worried that, you know, we were all talking about Evergrande, we were all talking about China, we were all talking about the risks they're in. The data today didn't knock the S&P 500 from marching higher, really.
Hey, look, you know, you talk optimism, and I think about our interview that we had with Steve Case, the co-founder of AOL, who's been working in venture capital for years at this point. And he said he's really optimistic about, and he's been focused on this for years, guys, the rise of the rest fund. This is the area of the country that is not New York, that is not San Francisco. And he says what he saw and sees past the pandemic is more and more people moving to these other areas of the country, and he sees a real opportunity to deploy capital and focus on startups in those areas.
Yeah, and that's what's interesting is some of the bigger themes that are being discussed here at Milken, whether it's people relocating around the country and developing cities that maybe were lost for a long time. I think about a panel I hosted on aging and thinking about the technology that's coming down, may take 5-10 years, but nonetheless, these are the things our investors care about, right? Our audience, about what's to come, what will be the companies and ideas that will really be propelling momentum going forward, guys.
I think we have about a minute left. Romaine, push us forward. We're at Milken day one. I think there are still 2 more days to go as well. And then I know for the TV audience, we're going to be pushing forward to a supply chain show on Thursday and Friday as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have a lot of great guests later today, next week. I mean, a lot of great guests tomorrow. I know Carol's, believe, going to sit down with Kathy Wood. I'm going to sit down with Howard Marks, Steve Mnuchin. We're going to be out at the Long Beach port in a couple days here and at the new LA Museum here. Look, we're making the most of this. We're the hardest working people, coast to coast, New York to LA and back, hopefully.
I actually think I saw Romaine on Rodeo Drive. I'm just going to say, big glasses. He wouldn't talk to me. You know, he was just too cool. All right, guys, we got to run. Busy day. That's going to do it for Beyond the Close. Live from Milken on the West Coast. We'll see you again, same time, same place. We'll be at Milken tomorrow.
And make sure to stay with us. A lot more markets coverage coming up next. As we've been saying all day, we are live still. It continues at the Milken Institute Global Conference. This is Bloomberg.
Impact China's growth because it is already slowing. Chinese manufacturers are curbing production. This is the latest shock to global supply chains, already delayed by, port delays, chip shortages, saddled with soaring commodity prices as well.
Well, Haslinda, when we've seen a lot of supply chain disruptions at the beginning of this COVID pandemic, and then, supply chains became resilient and it really moved goods around, especially medical goods and supplies. But now, at this part of the pandemic, we are seeing disruptions again, and discontinuities. And that is because of what we spoke about, the demand that is pent up. And of course, if you have factories slowing down and, not being able to produce as much, that is going to impact growth and the recovery.
From New York City.
We're here in London, in Sydney, in San Francisco.
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak with Lee.
Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to Daybreak Australia. This is Bloomberg Technology. And this is Bloomberg Green.
To recap the headlines.
You do not want to miss this story.
Really good news on the jobless claims front.
How are you thinking about those dynamics?
All right, live out here in Beverly Hills, California at the Milken Institute Global Conference. Joining us right now, Akash Shah, Senior Executive Vice President and Chief Growth Officer at BNY. Mel and Akash, great to see you in person.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, this has got to be a big deal. We're seeing all the deal makers out in person for the first time, getting to press the flesh here. Is this a conference about deals? Is it about ideas? What are you getting out of this?
I think this is reflecting the global moment we're in, where there's an intersection of people, ideas, and commercial opportunities like no other. And it really feels like this is the epicenter right now.
Talk to us about the commercial opportunities, because what we're hearing at the moment is the concerns, supply chains, inflation, but the innovations that can build off that. Is that the commercial opportunity right now?
Absolutely. I think everyone's talking about this being an economy in transition and the need for an incredible amount of capital, but there are great ideas to use that capital for. And there's a lot of optimism underneath some of the short-term pessimism.
And it's even more than just transition. A lot of people really see that at some point in history, we'll look back at this as a real inflection point coming out of the COVID crisis, whether it's sort of the strides made with working from home and just the technology behind that, or even in some of the renewable energy space and the fact that everyone's now shopping for EVs here. When you go back, it's serious, when we get back to a point where we look at this 20 years from now and the capital flow that's needed to fund that, is this that point? Is this that moment?
I think it's a moment where governments and society and the business communities are actually coming together. So I come out of this with the optimism that we're going to make the big, bold investments for the future. And it feels like both private and public capital that's walking around here is committed to doing that.
What do you need from the administration? What do you need from global administration to ensure that amid some of the concerns, we still stick to unlocking capital, to investing?
Yeah, I think it's really going to come down to a regulatory environment that takes intelligent risk. We just need to promote risk-taking in our business community and in private capital, and then also make bold bets in public capital, which I think a global administrative cohesion could actually do.
Do you think that that balance is there right now?
I think it's getting there, but frankly, right now it feels inconsistent wherever you speak in the world and also whom you speak to. So I'd really like to see this fall come through our U.S. budget and then see what knock-on effects that has elsewhere in the world.
What about also the savings that are pent up from a consumer perspective? We're talking, what, $2.5 trillion worldwide. We're talking $1.5 trillion here in the United States. Does that speak optimism, glass half full? Does that speak, we're not unleashing the capital we could be doing into the economy right now?
Well, a lot of it's getting spent, and hence some of the supply chain issues we're facing. But I really think this is a great moment for financial inclusion. People who didn't save suddenly have a little bit of money, and then some very wealthy people have become very, very wealthy. But for those who are not, can we use this as a moment to make savings and investment a regular part of a broader part of our society? And I think that's a really great moment, again, structural moment for us right now.
Let's talk about the higher end of that wealth ladder here and the amount of cash that people want to put to use or need to put to use in some cases. You can't necessarily do the traditional investment strategy, at least if you want higher returns here. So that's pushed people into some riskier areas of the market. It's paid off so far.
It has, and I think people are taking bolder and bigger bets. But one of the great things is, I think, the normalization of private markets. So we're now seeing private market institutions investing at scale around the world and across the board, from technology to healthcare to core infrastructure. And it's creating more and more capacity for all of us, wealthy or not, to invest and be a part of that growth.
It sounds as though almost financial inclusion is something you're thinking of a lot. What other areas are you, as Chief Growth Officer, thinking that BNY needs to be in there at the moment? I mean, we're talking crypto, we're talking renewables, sustainability. There's a lot of buzzwords there, but what really are you making inroads into?
So we think of ourselves as a platform for others. So here in the U.S., it's really about making health savings accounts and retirement accounts a part of everyday life. So helping our institutional clients do that at scale. And I think abroad, it is making that pivot from defined benefits plans to private investment, something that we in the U.S. had to go through 40 years ago. The rest of the world is going through right now. And I think we are at this critical moment where we can help societies make that transition.
As we make that transition, and going back to the idea of risk here, you have people at the lower end of the wealth spectrum who now feel that they want to be sort of part of these capital markets in a way that, I guess in the past, we would have said would have been too risky for them.
Yeah, I think this fairness of capital markets is going to be one of the core generational moments that we're in right now. And it's about data, it's about transparency, who gets a right to what. And I think those questions are still at a really early stage of being answered. But what's great is that for the first time, I feel like people are actually taking real interest in solving it.
Akash, great to have you.
Thank you.
And great to see you in person.
It really is such a pleasure.
Absolutely. Welcome back to Milk and Akash Shaw, Senior Executive Vice President and Chief Growth Officer at BNY Mellon. All right, still ahead, we're going to speak to the InvestCorp co-CEO, Rishi Kapoor, on investing in alternative assets. You know a lot about that.
Yeah, I keep talking about it, don't I?
No,
like
he has a plan to double the size of the company. We're going to talk about how he gets there.
Is he going to talk crypto?
I think so. I know you're going to ask about crypto. We're going to ask him about that and a whole lot more. Live from Beverly Hills to our viewers worldwide, this is Bloomberg.
Essa população é uma população importante, é uma população que frequenta a escola também, né? Então é importante que eles também estejam protegidos para o coronavírus, evitando assim a transmissão.
Eu estava esperando muito por essa vacina. Desde o ano passado eu estava torcendo logo para poder minha vida logo voltar ao normal, que eu quero logo voltar para a escola, eu quero voltar a sair com meus amigos, eu quero sair, eu quero voltar à minha vida normal.
Foi toda administrada.
People are talking about Bloomberg surveillance.
There's some guy out on Twitter who says, I look like I'm on.
I noticed that.
Do you think I need a lift? Is it time
What
that
did he say about me? What did that particular gentleman say about... Let's have a look. One of them is near 101 years of age.
Which one would that be?
The other has an ego in the orbit of Mars. Who's that?
I had no idea.
Mrs. Lisa, the only chance to productive conversation. It's a fairly accurate summary of this show, isn't it, Tom?
The eyes, or should I do the whole thing?
It's the Middle East's biggest alternative asset manager, and it's looking to double in size. This after posting a net income, 124 million, as private markets had explosive growth this year. Joining us now, the co-CEO, Rishi Kapoor. It's great to have you in the flesh here.
Thank you for having me here.
Exciting to be able to be back out traveling, I'm sure, talking to clients, talking about future deal proposals. Are the valuations right when you're here on the road?
Valuations are rich, which means that there is very little room for error right now, which means it's a great time for people like us that have a 40-year pedigree in this marketplace, not just in the US, but in terms of investing in private markets, backing founders in the middle market space, understanding what is it that they need to make their business grow, and being typically the first provider of institutional capital that propels them from being a mid-sized business to being a real brand. You know, I'll tell you a little story, right? In the late 80s, early 90s, we invested in Gucci. Gucci today is, we don't need to explain what Gucci is. At that point in time, it was a founder-led mid-sized business. That's what we specialize in, right? And having that DNA ingrained in us for over 40 years means that in this market where valuations, go back to your earlier question, Caroline, are really tight and room for error is minimal, if not non-existent, we can win.
So, well, valuations are tight, but the competition is tight as well. I mean, it's a much different environment than, you know, back when the Gucci deal was done. I mean, it's just so many new players in this. So how do you stand out in that environment?
I think there actually we have a bit of a winning hand, and I'll tell you why. Because we have a history of partnering up with founders. Ultimately, when you are operating in the private markets, the seller, the management team decides who to pick, right? Who they want to partner up with for the next 5 years. It's not just a share sale that'll last for 5 minutes or 5 days. It's a 5-year journey, sometimes longer. And for them to make that decision, they look for past precedent, they look for referrals, they want to understand what your DNA is, what your cultural values are. And we have 40 years of evidence to back that up, right? And that really gives us a bit of a differentiating competitive edge.
Of course, you talk about Gucci, European giant, but you talk about yourself being a man of many homes. You, of course, have business within India and the Middle East. Where are the opportunities coming from most at the moment? Where do you feel in your sweet spot geographically has the most to offer?
You know what, Caroline? It's actually been pretty consistent over the last couple of years for us. It's roughly 40% in the US, which is still our biggest market, a little less than that in Europe, and then the rest, about 25 odd percent, is really between the Middle East and Asia. India, China, Southeast Asia. Those have been growth markets for us, but they are still smaller.
Can I just follow up there with China? Have you felt resolutely there's still the place to invest when the rules, the regulations do seem to change relatively swiftly?
In areas where there is a secular tailwind, absolutely yes. So are we going to be rushing to invest in a Chinese property developer? Probably not. But there are certain secular tailwinds to the Chinese economy led by healthcare, technology enablement, etc., that they are very focused on domestically for their own agenda, that we are more than willing to back, and there is value to be created over there in a sustainable manner.
With regards to some of the other nations that you mentioned and the regulatory and political environments in those countries, do you see the challenges there to maybe be a little bit more navigatable?
Look, nothing is to be taken for granted, right? You always have to do your diligence. And, it starts top down as well as goes bottom up. Now, are there pockets of the world where we feel more comfortable with the institutional, safety net, if you will, that provides risk mitigation? Absolutely. United States, which is our biggest market, as I said earlier, is one. Western Europe is another. In some of the emerging parts of the world, you have to be a little bit more careful. But most importantly, you have to have boots on the ground, which is why it took us that long to enter the market in Asia. It's only been 3-4 years for us in there, but because we wanted to do that with physical people on the ground, with the connectivity, the knowledge, the relationship, the experience, everything that goes towards making a successful asset management business.
Actually, when you're looking at alternative investments and when you're looking over a longer time frame, how much does actually Federal Reserve monetary policy, global monetary policy, matter in the here and now?
Where it comes into play is obviously in terms of defining effectively the cost of capital that you're going to have to meet or exceed in terms of delivering expected returns to your ultimate asset owners or investors. And the current ultra-loose monetary policy has driven valuations higher and removed the margin for error, as we were talking about earlier. But over a 5-year horizon, Caroline, we are betting much more on fundamental value creation in a sustainable sense, rather than relying on the direction of interest rates alone. Right? Think of it as betting on the credit of the company rather than on the duration of the interest rates underpinning it.
We've heard that from a lot of other CEOs as well. This idea here that the fundamental picture, the fundamental analysis is, for lack of a better phrase, back in vogue, or at least it's much more necessary in this environment than maybe what it would have been a couple of years